Is there any additions other than the ones that are marked on the agenda with stars?
I have nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Gano?
I'll move the agenda as presented.
Minutes for approval, we've got 3.1. Oh, call the vote. All in favor? Okay, ahead of myself, I apologize. Minutes approval, we've got regular council meeting August 12th, 2026, committee of the whole July 13th, 2026, and committee of the whole July 17th, 2026. Was there any errors or omissions on any of the meeting minutes? Councillor Nyberg?
I'll give you a motion.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? We have no delegations, no public hearings today. Okay, and then council's request for information, 6.1. Speed limit change to Township Road 38-2 and Range Road 19-0. Deputy Reeve Gano.
Yeah, I'd like to make a request or a motion that we put speed limit changes or speed limit signs, regulatory white ones, on Township Road 38-2 near Range Road 19-0. I drove it yesterday again, and there's probably a good 1.5 miles that probably the signs could be on either side of that. It's marked right now with a yellow sign, 30, and I think it says 2 kilometers, so that's likely what it should be signed again at 50 kilometers an hour white. This would be my motion.
50 kilometers per hour white. Okay. Councillor Nyberg?
So just to be fairly specific here, Councillor Gano, I think what we should do is give administration a fairly clear direction of where we want to go from. So let's say, and in this case, I don't know, like what your start point would be and what your end point would be, or instruct administration to review it and bring it back to give us a map, and then we can make that decision. But I'm good where we're at on it.
There is an existing sign just off 19-1 that is all yellow. It's curvy road, 30 kilometers an hour, next 2 kilometers. I'm suggesting that 30 kilometers an hour become white 50. Okay. Yep.
And from driving that road too, I would say that that would be the proper spots for the signage too. Any other questions, Councillor?
So just again for clarification, on the other end, is there a signage that would be turned white as well?
I don't have that here.
Okay.
So in regards to that, it would be
Because it does
there's
travel
not
both ways.
Yep. Coming from the east, traveling west, at least 100 meters away from the residence of Mr. Shearsmith to the east would be where I think there is a curve sign there. Should have taken a picture of that one as well, but that's where I'm looking.
So, not an immediate situation on this, but could we just adjust your motion to have administration bring back a information about changing that?
My reluctance is because there is a development permit or a subdivision, in place that is contingent on this happening.
Okay.
So I'd rather, and I could change the motion. Maybe I can ask administration how I might change this to get this done sooner than later.
I would think if you the west sign is pretty clear where it's at, coming from the west to the east, and if administration or staff were out there and looked at where the sign should be on the east, I think they're very capable, because that is a really curvy road. You come about a 1/2 mile off 855 or 8 to the one south of Botha.
I do have it. I had to
and,
think
and
about
it starts to curve right after that
And I'm not opposed to it. All I'm saying is for administration and to give them, I don't like it to be ambiguous and say, just put up a sign and go with it. The council makes a direction that says, and I want to make sure that we cover what needs to be covered.
So from 19.3, 1 kilometer to the west is the eastern sign. Okay, so I'll repeat my motion. I'd like speed signs installed. The one on the east side of 38-2 would be 1 kilometer to the west of 19.3. And on the west side of this piece, there is an existing curve sign that's marked 30 kilometers per hour. 30 kilometers, I'd like it marked 50, both marked 50.
Any other questions? Councilmember?
Again, and I'm going to have to ask administration, just putting up the sign, but I think we have to make it that we're changing the speed limit in that area. The signs they go with it.
CEO Costing?
I'm pretty sure, right if I'm wrong, but under the traffic safety bylaw, I have the discretion to change the speed limit.
Okay, good then. Then we're good.
That's correct. It would have to be added onto the general traffic bylaw.
Okay.
So direction's okay for administration? Okay.
Councilor Hunter has a question.
Yeah, before I come on council, I remember this, just for clarification, that someone asked to lower from 80 to 60, if I remember correctly, and the county's response is they can't do that. And I remember at the time, because by Generation RV, it was 60 past there. So I never did figure out why it could be 60 there. I didn't know if they put up their own signs or what, or.
No, we did lower the speed limit there, and it was for dust reduction and
But
road.
it wasn't that road that was getting asked. It was I can't remember who it was.
So we get a lot of people that want us to, on an 80-kilometer road, all of a sudden you go 2 miles and then there's a farmstead or an acreage, and they would like us to lower the speed in front of their place for, how 200 meters, and they want us to lower the speed to 30 kilometers an hour. It's very difficult, especially when you're trying to get an even flow of traffic. So we tend not to do that unless there is a reason. The topography is very hilly, or curves, or traffic, because there's a business located there. Then we'll look at lowering the speed, but we try to keep it as similar as we can. It's easier for enforcement, and it also just keeps the flow of traffic.
Because, well, I'll use my place because I asked for that. Because that hill's right there and it's really dangerous. And I was told, well, they couldn't lower the hill because the pipelines going under the road was, they didn't get put in deep enough. And I said, well, is there any way of slowing this traffic down?
If that is a major concern, I was not aware that you made that request, but if that is a major concern to you, we can get Andy to go out and take a look and maybe look at some traffic mitigation solutions, which would be also lowering the speed limit.
What the county did is I think they put no, I can't remember, the sign's still there. It's a school bus or playground sign or something. Must be school bus sign.
Yeah.
That's there. And then he said, we can't do anything else because we're not going to cut the hill down. It was a peace officer that come out at the time.
Well, they did do something though.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't lower it or they
Well,
tried.
Well, school bus is a warning, but
But they said they couldn't lower the speed.
it is a problem, and it is a problem with their secondary roads too. But Councillor Stevens?
Just keep in mind, we do have the authority to, I don't know what specific example you're referring to. Yes, we have the authority to change speed limits. But for every request we get, I get requested every year of moving the speed limit back up on a road that we dropped it down, which I would say is probably in the summer the busiest road in our county, gravel anyway. And I get asked every year to move the speed limit back up because It is very inconvenient to drive 2 miles at 60 kilometers instead of 80. And I've had far more requests to raise the speed limit than to drop them. So when you get these one-off examples of someone wanting the speed limit changed, yeah, that may make sense to the residents adjacent to the road, but you're gonna get the opposite request too. So that's where I urge caution before we go at a broader scale changing speed limits.
Is this the road in question, 38?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
it's-
is 6.1.
If I could spot where they are. So on what you're seeing on your screen here is 19.1 on the west side. And the sign that I'm talking about would be 100 meters or 200 meters east. The one that's curved, and we can use the same post, I'll say. And then further on the east side, it would be actually almost off screen, probably where I'd start that. If we could slide yeah, maybe a little farther just for a reference. Oh, no, that's it. I'm sorry. And you could see 19.
38
Sorry.
too?
Sorry, I referred to it wrong. Thank you. It would
Yeah.
be
Township Road 38 too?
18.
18.5.
18.5. Thank you
18.5,
for
okay.
the correction. Went the wrong way. 18.5 is on the east side of your screen. There's Kemp's, there's Sure Smith's on the right on the curve. So I'm saying about a kilometer from 18.5 would take you before Larry's corner there. Probably about where that, there, a little farther to the east with your pointer. Not that far. Somewhere in there.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through to Councillor Gano. Yeah, there is the current warning sign for a curve ahead
Yep.
is located just basically, if we go just west of the cursor there now, is the current location right in that area there.
And that's the spot.
Correct. Okay.
Even though I referenced
The road.
19.3, I meant 18.5. I'm sorry.
Nope, that's perfect for clarification. Thank you very much.
So is it clear to, okay, Councilor Knapp?
And I, with your motion, Councillor Gano, I think you've given administration enough to go with it. There is going to be some engineering parameters that they're gonna, like, you can't have a speed sign, and then 2 seconds later it has to be dropped. There has to be a gradual time to allow people to slow down. So I think engineering can figure that out. I think you've given enough information to them.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So Councillor Hunter, did you want us to take a look at your road? Okay. Okay,
I don't know if anything can be done or,
we will do that.
I think in a case like that, though, make sure you put a ratepayer concern in.
yeah,
Follow that procedure, yeah.
I'd sooner have the hill lowered.
When we,
Wish- There's an old saying, wish in one hand and you can fill in the rest, Mr. Hunter. But yeah, if we can put that in as a ratepayer request and take the proper look at it.
Sure.
And then it's documented that it was looked at.
Okay.
New business. 8.1, request for decision county, county fuel system upgrades, we'll do that one and then I'll move to 8.7.
Greg, did you want to speak to this one?
Thank you. So before you today, council is basically they request to approve the purchase of 11,000 liter fuel storage tank skid platform pump package with hanging hardware to support the safety code permit, as well as the fuel lock business system for the purchasing price of $39,417.45 plus GST. So through the budget deliberations, it was proposed to council that currently our fuel storage capacity out at operations, we have just 1,000 liter or 1,000 gallon tank, sorry. And what we've run into at certain times of the year, depending on deliveries, is the fact that our storage capacity let's say in the middle of a winter snowstorm event or things of that nature, when we have all of our units running extended hours, we're about a 3 to 4 day capacity. Depending on what happens with our deliveries, we may end up running short and having to conserve or reduce services, or change our options. Now, what we had done in the past is, specifically with marked diesel, when it's been, which is marked lower class, I guess, or not the gold diesel. What we've done is we've had to upgrade and purchase the clear gold level diesel, because there's been a disruption in deliveries and we haven't been able to get our usual, which then impacts our overall budget and costs of the fuel. Um, Added capacity out at operations will give us a little extended period of time that we would be able to operate without having those concerns, and be able to work with our fuel distribution delivery in regards to the logistics of getting the fuel that we need when we need it. When we reached out and were researching where to source and how to set up the system, we did come into contact with multiple either municipalities and a distribution dealer as well, that brought us to All Peace Petroleum. Their system is basically put together as a one and done package. You purchase the package all together. They offer the support to come out, get it set up, integrated into the software, into your computers and everything else. And basically it eliminates the piece ordering and putting it together at a later date, and then having some issues or concerns with how the software will interface with your metering and everything else like that. So when we did do and crunch the numbers, it did come in cheaper actually to purchase it as an all-in-one and done from All Peace Petroleum than purchasing the parts from different dealers and putting them together at our own time. So as you can see, options for consideration are to make this purchase or to defer to consideration in future planning.
Yeah, I have a question back first. We will have the same fuel in both tanks,
So the tank that we currently have
Yep.
now will continue on as diesel.
so you'll have 2 filling stations too then, so graders won't be stacked up.
It will reduce the time that there is some lineups. Yep.
Councilor Nevering?
So is this a budgeted item that we have? And then is it possible, and I know that go ahead and do it. I think that makes sense to me, but is there a possibility that we could get a grant through the emergency management somehow if there's an opportunity? Because this is having fuel on available during those times has always been something. At least it was when I was on the board at the Alberta or in the emergency management one.
So, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg, yes, this is an approved budgeted line item from council in the 2026 budget. And I would have to defer to Clint on whether there's option to source out other funding streams. Clint, do you have any insight on that?
There usually is a grant that comes out, but it's more tailored towards like the training side of things. That's what AMEA really tends to push towards. That being said, we do have a little bit of extra in our emergency management budget that was left over from the training last year to fix some of the items that kind of came out of our big training exercise last year. Should be able to kick some towards the purchase of this once I have a better idea towards the end of the year of just where we kind of lay on things, but I don't think we'll be ending up using all of it, so I should be able to.
And all I'm looking at is if we have some opportunity to get a grant. I mean, let's do it.
Councilor Walker?
Yeah, this volume for a B train, when the B train comes out with fuel, you save quite a bit on. Would that be? Is that enough storage for the B train?
No, this isn't enough storage to hold the B train. If we were going to go up to that level, basically then it would leapfrog us into a new ball game in regards to containment, and the safety code changes greatly then at that point in time. So it would add quite a larger cost and a bigger footprint for the overall for that size of tank.
Councilor Hunter and then Councilor Gano?
Yeah, the same thought with Councillor Nyberg said. and using, I was gonna go with the disaster. Like if it was a big disaster and we had, set up for everything out there that we'd need that supply for generators or whatever. And the second one, that looked like very similar to what the co-op's tanks is. I didn't imagine you priced them too.
Mhm.
And the third thing is, can we, if you want to put another, just a tank beside it, have it like plugged valve there, so we could just tie another tank in and use the same system? Just so we could have more storage.
Yeah, you can increase capacity, although then you do have to watch when you meet that threshold that you've reached the capacity that they require greater containment and that sort of
Well-
design, engineered design.
Now, maybe I'm out to lunch on it, but it used to be over 500 gallons. Then you had to change your containment.
Correct. But like where we're at now, what we have in place, we are meeting our code,
But that's way over 500 gallons now.
but there's a gap, is what I'm saying. So we're meeting code now.
Okay.
So basically we'll be installing this unit underneath our current permit under the Safety Codes Act so that we're meeting all the same guidelines.
Oh, I guess that wouldn't go through the ERA, would it?
It does look like it's all a double wall tank,
Yeah.
so you would classify it as secondary containment.
And as in, just if I may, Reeve, commenting as to when there is an emergency, and Clint, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's an emergency to the degree that we are going to have interrupted fuel service to a large mapping area, basically at that time, we'd be able to enact basically a delivery direct from distribution points outside of that emergency area to be able to fuel and service. And those costs would all then get lumped into and Clint, you can please clarify, but those costs for that delivery to service all the equipment and all the needs during that emergency situation would then be basically lumped into that overall budget when you're working through that. Clint?
Yep, and that's correct. So when we undergo an emergency disaster, whatever kind of scenario kind of pops up at the end of the day, every dollar that's spent towards the response, the recovery, even the mitigation to a little bit of a degree can be gone and we can apply for disaster recovery funding. However, there is a little bit of a threshold that you have to meet. I believe it's $150,000 before the province will go and kick any money towards you. I believe with inflation it lifted to 155 this year, but the province expects municipalities to be able to look after themselves to a certain extent, so that's why they have that threshold in place. So until you meet that, you're kind of expected to look after that on our own.
Councillor Gano?
Rita.
It was an all-in package.
There we go.
It was an all-in package though too, that was
Yeah.
explained as priced out.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
your
just,
pumps
I'm
and
just
everything.
curious about it.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, when we were doing our pricing for individual parts and components, we were able to, and instead of dealing with the intermediate, we were able to go to, when we're dealing with our fuel tanks and things of that nature, go directly to fabrication and purchase direct. So there is that opportunity. So
Also, like co-ops didn't have the same system there, really.
not the
all
same,
together. Okay, no,
not the
that's,
same metering. No.
that's what I was wondering.
We went as far as even to a company out in BC who manufactures a separate tank, et cetera, and everything else. However, they just basically will sell you the tank and the bulliards and the stand and everything, and then push you on to a different company that, now you're in their hands to do your metering, and now you're into another company's hands to do software. And so it does allow for room and error in that regard.
Thank you.
Councillor Gano?
Couple questions. So I agree with Councillor Nyberg. Let's make sure that we do our best to see if there is some emergency funding, because that's what's driving us here. Not within the county, but provincially funding. So spill containment, just want to go through that. So it's double wall. So that's
This
great.
is correct. This is a double wall tank. Yes.
And if the hose broke, what have you, There's the metering system will shut down at some point.
Yes, there is safeguards for that. And then we also have emergency shutdown buttons located on site.
Okay.
So operators can shut the entire system down and cut the power all at the same time.
Yep.
That's all part of the code.
Okay. And then finally, the fuel management software, will there be ongoing costs with that software?
There is ongoing costs with that software. It's cellular service is how it interfaces and links to basically like our administration inside the operations building. So overall, you're paying for your cellular service interface that will reach into that.
The operating software though, not so much the communication, but
No, so upgrading in that software, there is I believe it's $300 for when you basically bring program updates and things like that into it. But it's pretty much plug and play. There isn't a whole lot that changes in this system. It's just a relay factor where it gives you the options in the machine to be able to follow by code. So each employee would have a code. So you'd be able to follow by that employee code, as well as adding the information by equipment number, odometers, et cetera, and such like that. And then does give you the safety side. So if someone does try to tamper with it and break in, or there's anything of that trying to circumvent that system, it does give us alerts. So if there is potentially someone trying to steal fuel,
Yes.
we would have an immediate alert sent to us.
okay, thank you.
Just thinking outside the box, this is a 110-volt package. Would you have a backup 12-volt in case the power is out and needs fuel?
So our current system we have in place is backgrounded by our generator at the operations. So we have power at all times.
Any other questions, Councillor Stevens?
I'll move staff recommendation 1.
Any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, we will do 8.2 and then to 8.7. Request for decision donation to Bruce Holiday Memorial Run funding request, page 30 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Of course, Bruce worked very closely with the County of Stettler, and we had a great working relationship with him. And we still miss him very much.
Yeah, and just for on the camera, like Bruce was really our first staff sergeant here, because before that there were sergeants, and then when Bruce moved in, it was a staff sergeant, and passed away suddenly, and so no, we did have a close working relationship with Bruce. Councillor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, and I'm unfortunately, I guess maybe I'm going to be the one that I knew Bruce, very much respected the man, and feel that this is a worthy cause. However, I do worry that it sets precedent for the county to doing funding like this. There are a multitude of people that are through our community that are worthy of having something. I was under the understanding that we had set up a fund or had given Nikki that kind of authority to deal with that. So I'm a little not sure where this is coming from, if this is an outside one or whatever, outside the parameters of what Nikki can do as far as community appreciation awards. So I'm a little hesitant on doing something along this line. So it does open Pandora's box for a multitude of other ones that you can make the case that many are very worthy of doing stuff for our communities. So.
CEO Cassidy?
If I'll try to elaborate a little bit on that, Councillor Nyberg. So I think this was held in Bashaw prior to this. They're moving it to Stettler, and we have a staff member who's actively donating his time, his personal time, to make this a success. County's always been pretty good about supporting staff when they're working on fundraisers. So I think this is why it's come. This is the first time that we've seen this, if it becomes a reoccurring event, it would then be funded under this CIP program, Community Investment Program. So it's kind of a one-off.
Counselor Stevens?
And I agree that we could look at dozens of community members that would be deserving. I do think that Staff Sergeant, with the timing and sort of the rumor mill that followed, he was treated extremely unfairly by some of the public and even to a certain degree the RCMP. And I know there was a protocol for the investigation. I think it is egregious that once that investigation was concluded, that they did not publicly state that he was cleared of any wrongdoing. I believe that it went when there was no information, the rumor mill filled the void, and I think it was frankly atrocious what his family went through with his passing, let alone having that on top of it. So I would say that this is a different than our normal community members. I do think that if we're going to do this, that if we approve this, that we tell them from here on out, this is the deadline for the community investment, and we steer them that way in any future years.
Counselor Gano?
Do we have a sense of where the funding goes? Like what's it used for?
I would imagine it's Clint could probably help me more, but I would imagine they'd be buying like things and organizational ribbons. They have to have people on staff to make sure that the runners are okay.
Yeah, it's for like all the equipment and everything to actually set up for the run and everything in that regard. Yep.
I see. And the $1,000, why 1,000 was picked?
That was me.
Okay.
I didn't have an amount from the committee, so it was getting past the deadline. So that was something that I chose. I thought for an inaugural event, it was within the guidelines.
Thank you.
And is there like pledges that a person can put towards the runners, or is there other fundraising with this? Or this question would probably go more to Clint, but
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm only getting second, third hand information from Kyle Benna, our CPO that's on the committee. I haven't heard anything more about it, but I can definitely ask. I don't think they would say no to such an option, but I haven't heard anything more through the grapevine.
because Bruce was so much to community policing and to the safety of our kids. That's what impressed me so much with him. But Counselor Hunter and then Counselor Stevens.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with Counselor Nyberg. I'm worried about what we're doing here, setting that precedent, but I do agree it's probably a great cause and I agree with it. And he's probably well deserving and the family is, so I'm really torn. I don't know how we've ever dealt with this. Like, so if we get 10 more runners come in and ask for $1,000 each, are we going to be in trouble or not?
They would have to be the entire event, not just a runner, right? So it'd
Yeah.
be an event.
Okay.
I've never seen. Is there that many runners in this area?
I'm just using, okay, sorry, whatever rides
Yep.
you know,
Yeah.
I'm just worried about that, but maybe
Yeah.
you guys probably know more than me, so.
Counselor Stevens.
This racing series is not used as a fundraiser. They have done this sort of commemoration to other people. The one in Camrose, I think there was a Run Like Ollie young kid that passed away in that community, and it was dedicated, their race is dedicated to him. It's open to, I don't remember the exact ages, but from kind of middle school on type ages. It's not used as a fundraiser. There is hundreds of kids that go to these. Both of my my kids have participated in the other races. So it's not like a Terry Fox type fundraiser. is there any counselors that haven't spent their $300
I have,
annual?
it's actually three,
That-
it's higher than three, isn't it?
No,
300?
Is it 300 even?
Yeah.
Okay.
that may be the stopgap where we're not setting precedent if there was counselors that wouldn't mind putting their annual allocation towards this.
I certainly would, because I see the value. We support a lot of community events, and if this becomes a community event and it goes, as Councillor Stevens said, that it becomes part of our yearly request for funding, and then you judge it accordingly to that funding, I think it's a very worthy event for our community, and we invest. As I said, Bruce invested basically his life in helping communities. So, Councillor Stevens.
I just remembered something else. When we did our last round of KIP, our community investment, we did not spend the full budgeted amount. That's where this should belong. And we left money in that budget from that item. I seem to remember it was 2 intakes of 7,500. We actually went under on both. And I thought we were 13 and change that we spent out of there. So
I can get Krista to give me a number.
Do you want to move on to a different item of that, or
And come back.
to it?
I mean, I believe $1,000 was a lot of inaugural events we've done. It's been more than that, but don't let the amount scare you, because that was the one that I chose.
I think
Andrew has left us a beautiful spreadsheet for SIP.
Oh,
There's $1,700 left in the SIP account for 2026.
Councillor Stevens.
there may be some opposition in the vote, but I will move that the County of Stettler number 6 fund $1,000 to the Bruce Holiday Memorial Run, and that the funds be allocated from the community investment.
Any more questions or concerns? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed is Councillor Nyberg. Carried.
Can we encourage the group when we make the donation that we give them the time frame for
Yeah.
any future years?
I'll have Nikki do a letter and outline the deadlines for the SIP funding intakes for 2027 if the event goes forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, then so we can get Clint back out on the road. 8.7 request for decision dash camera upgrades, page 43 of the package.
Take this.
Yeah, I can take this one away. So our in-house dash camera system is quite out of date. We're talking almost 20 years old now, and really it's not supported anymore. So our issue is to consider the replacement of it. We have a couple different options on the table, and we got 2 different quotes, one from Motorola and another from Axon. Axon is the regular one that you typically see with police services using, known for their body cameras. Motorola has just started rolling into that same market as well. We did have a third option as well, to purchase the equipment outright from Motorola and set up our own server system. After going through the pricing of all the different options, the cheapest one that kind of makes the most sense would be going with that Motorola 5-year managed service for all 3 of our vehicles for $39,600 plus those applicable taxes. Yeah, basically at the end of the day here, sorry, Councillor, I must see your hands up.
Oh, no, I was going to wait for you to end.
Oh.
But I just remember at some point, I think it was before we did our budget, you had brought this topic up, and I thought we were planning to go ahead. So that's where I was just going to put. So continue.
Oh. Yes, so this is one of our capital items. It took a little bit to get some definitive quotes from the 2 different vendors and get that pricing kind of lined up. There was also some issues with the quotes and trying to line up exactly what the contracts would stipulate. In particular, the Motorola one I will bring up. We basically are renting the equipment. We don't own it, for better or worse. So at the end of the 5-year mark, we'd have to renegotiate again to keep using the service and the system. Axon at the end of the 5-year mark, we would then own the equipment, but I kind of hesitate on that option as it just kind of put us in the same boat we're in now. Technology quickly becomes obsolete. Then you're stuck with a pile of old computer equipment that then now you need to look at getting rid of and upgrading anyways, versus if every few years you can go and refresh it and the cost is cheaper. At the end of the day, it kind of keeps the headache of the tech upgrade pieces out of your hands and off onto the vendor that we choose. The third option that we did have was purchasing the equipment completely outright and then managing our own server space. Again, from talking with Jarrett, we're looking at about $30,000 just to set that up. And the problem with that option would be we wouldn't have any redundancy. So if something were to happen that corrupted the memory of said server, we're looking at loss of evidentiary data and everything that potentially comes with that. So just for the one liability and wanting to have that protection in place, it is better to have that server space offsite and somewhere else and have that digital backup.
Councilor
So I will move the motion of option one. The only question I have with this is the information that is being stored offsite fits with PIPA. It's all kosher. There's not an issue of who owns that information. We'll have full access to it.
And it's stored in Canada, so
Okay.
it's meeting all the evidentiary requirements.
Good, and I'm sure they would. That was, and just to Councillor Adam, your comment. So you will see that where we talk at budgetary time of items that come forward. It's a little odd with us because our administration does a phenomenal job for us in the fact that we talk about it, we say we're going to go do something, we make the budget for it, but yet they still, at the end of the day, bring that back to us and give us that kind of second sober thought to have that conversation about capital items. Budgeted within the budget, just like we did with the fuel system, it was budgeted in the system, talked about at budget. And for anybody that's listening out there, that's kudos to our administration for doing that with us.
Councilor Yano?
How do, we have had a body cam discussion in the past. I don't think we're moving ahead with that now. However, would this new system allow integration if we need that?
Yes, so it'd be a pretty quick upgrade. It'd essentially just be the swapping out of the microphone systems that would be installed in the vehicles, swapping that out for a body camera that would then go in the vehicles in their place.
The Motorola system, so that's Chinese?
No, it is UK based, I believe.
Okay.
Motorola.
Thank you. That was it for questions for me.
Councilor Walker?
The Motorola is like in the bush. The Motorola outlasts the others. Radio contacts better. It's the better system.
Yeah, the Motorola is well known and it's very much a system of.
They're very well known for their radio systems as well. This is kind of their first kick into breaking into the body camera and dash camera space. They actually bought out the old vendor that we used, WatchGuard, and incorporated their entire systems into their new structure. So this is kind of the modern upgrade to the system that we originally had. They just rebranded it and repackaged it.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 8.3, request for decision, seconder to Lacombe County Resolution, page 31 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I received this request from the CEO of Lacombe, Tim Timmons, wanting to know if council would be interested in seconding this motion. It will go forward at this Friday's meeting, CRMA meeting in Nihil, and then we'll go to the central zone meeting and then to the RMA in November. Since we had sent a letter of support for this already, I thought council would be interested in doing this. I just have to let Tim know today what your decision is.
Councilor Nyberg?
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. We work well with the County of Lacombe, and I agree with what they're talking about here. So let's move it forward.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. 8.4, request for decision, Alberta Economic Budget Form, page 35.
Thank
Or
you,
a
Mr.
forum, I guess that would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Form, oops, forgot the you. Sorry. Yeah, so this, I think Councillor Nyberg got an invitation to this, so did I.
Yeah.
So Councillor Nyberg expressed interest in attending. Did you want to speak to it at all?
So one of the things I've done in the past is we haven't really worked very hard on our economic development. We did earlier on, and then a few councils kind of backed away. This last council, I think, has made an effort to, we've got the dashboard going forward. This is an opportunity for us to see what's the latest and greatest in the economic, I guess, development of the province. What we should be looking for as far as what's out there. It is an opportunity. I know the Premier is scheduled to be there too, and a number of ministers, so it would be another opportunity for us to get in front and see if there's any opportunities for our community to possibly get some of that economic money focused on us. It's just one of those ones where, I'll be honest, I don't know if not going to it would lose us anything, but I guarantee you if we don't go, we will definitely not have anything coming our way. So,
Councilor Hunter?
Make a motion that we send Councilor Nyberg to this Alberta Tourism Economic Budget Forum.
Any questions, concerns? Councilor Gano?
Would we expect I'm not saying a presentation, but a report or something after the event? Thank you.
So, Mr. Gano, that's good. Anytime that we do this, we should be coming back with a report. I was sent over to the Ardley Dam one. I think Councillor Stevens did come with me. He, I guess, eager beaver and sent in a report before I did, but he had it all set up. So I didn't think that you needed to hear from me on that one. But anytime that we do that, any meetings that we go to, council should be informed. So absolutely.
Any other questions, concerns? Councilor Adam?
If it does seem like something that is good, I would like to also suggest that we join in. And otherwise, I would love to attend, but we're only doing one person.
And in future years, but you did sit on our economic development before the Board of Trade too, so that kind of fits into that.
So I've had a little bit of connection with this in the past. I did sit with Mr. Jackson and I did that back in the day. I used to go to the EDA's conference as well too, but we did back away. I think it was financials. So with this, I think it's a kind of a dipping our toes again. And we also have, like I said, our dashboard is kind of that start of us moving back into the economic development world.
Councilor Gano?
One thing that caught my eye here is tourism, and I really think that's something that we need to leverage more as part of our plan. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Request for decision, set the tax sale date. It's that time of year again, page 37 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, this is what we do annually. We set the tax sale date for properties that are delinquent on their property taxes. Sharon, did you want to talk to this?
Thank you. Yes, each year we set a tax sale date. Our recommendation this year is for December 3rd, 2026 at the County Administration Building at 9 a.m. Prior to this, we have basically exhausted all of our measures to go ahead and collect the taxes. In order to have, we need a sale date in order to advertise in the Alberta Gazette, which is planning to go in September, will be in the Alberta Gazette September 15th. So initially the notifications went on last year. This year we have the opportunity to take it to tax sale. Presently we have 7 properties listed on to go to tax sale. I have been in contact with one party. Hopefully 3 of them will come off shortly. Through the tax sale or tax recovery process, it may produce our taxes being paid or a possible sale where it will be come back to revenue that is not outstanding taxes. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Gano?
I'll make a motion that the council sets the date for the 2026,
December 3rd.
yep, sorry,
It was,
as December, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, option 1, recommendation 1. December 3rd.
okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
Thank you.
Okay, request for decision, policy CN 1.13, proclamation policy, page 38 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nikki, did you want to speak to this one?
Sorry, this proclamation policy was drafted and then discussed at the committee of the whole meeting by council, and it will help us better organize our annual proclamations, as well as sets predetermination of proclamations that we will observe every year. So it'll save council some time throughout the year. And then it sets out clear parameters around those seeking council's decision on future proclamations, and a form on our website will go up if approved that anybody can access and see our policy and the steps to follow to have council consider a new proclamation.
Nikki, I have a question on that too, is with joint proclamations, when we do it with our surrounding municipalities,
Yes.
is there something in there that some of these that we have basically a proclamation day, you know, or something where we're doing numerous ones so that it's not, I know you want to we want to recognize it, possibly every group that we say that we'll go forward with, but on the same sense for efficiencies and everything else, if we can sign them, have people in, get pictures and move on.
Yes, anytime. So staff works closely with the town of Stettler to combine any joint proclamations so that we are inviting the media to one event, inviting the community that is partnering with us to one event, as well as having the mayors or the reeves or deputy reeves and deputy mayors join us. And we are also always cognizant of if we have multiple proclamation signings, we try to find any efficiencies we can in determining a day and a time to do them, or we double them up with a joint meeting that might be occurring, or wherever we can, we do so.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. But if we could put out a note to some of the ones that we're dealing with all the time and just say, look, could we do this date? And then that way we've maybe driven that efficiency ourselves.
Sure.
And I don't want to slight any of our organizations, but in the same sense, just for efficiencies, it certainly would I think would be a benefit. Councilor Nyberg?
And I think you're right. I mean, you could do the signing and the proclamation and the pictures on, you know, the first of the month, but they could do the proclamation at the end of the month. Like it could be advertised at the end of the month. I mean, I don't think that just because it's not the exact date doesn't necessarily, it's more about the advertising. I do believe this will also, maybe our new policy may end up having a little less joint proclamations because I think we've streamlined our process, but I don't think the town has yet. So I think we should be cognizant as council that there will be some proclamations out there that the town will be doing now on their own. That's it just is what it is. That's the route that we're taking. So I think we've streamlined who and what we're going to proclaim. So
You're talking like a post-dated check.
Any other questions, concerns on that? Counselor Stevens, you're not, you don't have your hand up, but your smile on, so you'll hold it.
You were looking at me
Yeah.
with anticipation. I have concerns with this policy. I think it will inevitably lead to more of everything I dislike about politics, and that is empty virtue signaling. So I have trouble supporting something that doesn't actually accomplish anything. So.
Counselor Nyberg?
can Councillor Stevens expand on that a little bit? Because we did have quite a lengthy conversation, and I thought we'd cut down a lot of it.
Yep. We did scale some of them back, but I think just because I may now or in the future vote against recognizing a national day or week, I think Seniors Week is wonderful, and I will attend every seniors event that I can. But signing a piece of paper or putting out a news release does not change the lives of one single senior in our community or our province. So, yeah, the proclamations are just that. They're virtue signaling. If you want to do something, go ahead and do something constructive.
Counselor Adam, then Counselor Nyberg.
I agree, but at the same time, I want to push back on this just because from the county just doing it, yes, I feel it's somewhat empty. However, when it is posted, when it is acknowledged, people look at it and things like the seniors, like Alzheimer's, like all these things, it at least brings it to the people's forefront. So even if it seems very empty, it is being put up on Facebook for people to see. Awareness is there because those that aren't affected by it, they see it because it's an invisible thing for some of them.
Counselor Nyberg?
And so you're opposed to the whole policy in general, then I would take it, Councillor Stevens. Is that what I'm hearing? Not parts of it. No proclamations whatsoever.
That would be my preference, yes.
So, and earlier in this meeting, we talked about doing a $1,000 donation to something very similar, and I think it was virtual signaling as well too. How you pay that money, and it is of me thinking that you should have. Sometimes you do things with the right hand without the left hand knowing, right? So, it's about that recognition that needs to be out there, and I think Councillor Adam talked about the recognition of this item. Earlier this week, I had an individual talk to me about getting community events billboard somewhere in town that we can put a community events on, because even our computers are not getting it done. So bringing attention to certain events in town is very important. I have been accused of calling it all white noise, but it is sometimes noise that needs to be spoken out there. So yeah, I guess we'll disagree on this one, that sometimes it does need to have the attention brought to it. We can, by virtue of our position, add volume to those events. So
You weren't accused of calling it white noise. You did call it white noise. So yeah,
yes, I
just to
did.
clarify that point. Okay.
The community events and helping those along, or new ways of advertising, community event board, I 100% agree with wholeheartedly, whether it's in the town, the broader community, hamlets, villages. I 100% agree with that because it actually accomplishes something. And this is where I differentiate. If you want to celebrate something, a group, a cause, you get together and you physically do something. So that's where I separate.
And this was brought to back to council because we did have a proclamation brought forward that when we went to sign it, there was only the communications from the county and the town and the Reeve and the deputy mayor, and then one media person showed up. Nobody from the cause showed up at all. So to me, when we have some of the causes come in and you've got all the volunteers showing up and it becomes a very important part of their week, I agree with it 100%. But on the same sense, I still think we could streamline it so that we can kill the two birds with one stone and get more proclamations done in one day if it works for people.
And if I could, and I agree with Councillor Stevens on that, as not doing anything about it, but it, again, certain proclamations does bring volume to that announcement. So, and I will say a proclamation of Seniors Week, it brings, sometimes people are busy and they forget about what's going on, and oh yeah, that's what's going to be going on. There's events at the Senior Lodge. One of the things in the senior lodges that we have is isolation. And I think by those events and getting those people out, I'll be honest, there isn't too many people that don't notice a proclamation for Senior Week that live in our lodges or any of our senior facilities. They are very much noticed. And what they're noticed is if somebody's not there.
Which, when you do the proclamation and the list of events, you have functions like that were held at the community hall, and it was like 2 shifts of people being there and celebrating with the seniors, and 2 shifts of seniors coming just to show how many people were there. So I do think it does, you don't, in my opinion, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but by being able to kind of deal with them or even grouping them, that we give people their minute, I think is as worth it, and it is advertising for them because it shows up on our website.
I think that's the biggest thing is it shines a light on those organizations. You know, it doesn't, if you can post date them to save the taxpayers money, which is one thing that we're doing, then that is beneficial to the community. And if they're post dated, then you're able to put that little bit of advertisement to a cause that people may not even think about.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll give you.
CN 1.13 proclamations is drafted. Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Hunter and Councillor Stevens opposed. Carried. 8.8 request for decision RMA Justice Committee, page 87 of our package, and it's one of the additions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Councillor Janet Adam has expressed interest of making an application to sit on the RMA Justice Committee. The County of Stettler would be responsible, if she's successful, for her per diem costs, but the RMA will reimburse for mileage, meals, and any accommodation costs.
And I did, we do have the letter here of what, I don't see it here right now, but it's
The
part of
terms of reference are attached to the RFD.
terms of reference. And what the makeup of that will be is one RMA board member and then a member from every district. And how it will come in is all applications from districts will be reviewed based on, I won't call it a resume, but qualifications and background. And then it will go forward, and then board will appoint who will be on it to try and get the best working group that can be done. So this is one step in getting your name into the pool.
So,
Mr. Nyberg?
thank you, Reeve Clark. I think we should encourage any council member to participate in RMA and any of our provincial boards that we could possibly get on. There's no saying that Councillor Adam would be on this board. It's just that we support her in her efforts to move forward. So I'd make the motion that the County of Stettler authorizes Councillor Janet Adam to apply to the RMA Justice Committee to participate on the member committee as District 2 representatives, with all per diem costs to be borne by the County of Stettler.
Other than mileage and the pieces that were broke out. Councillor Gano?
I would like to hear from Janet a little bit about, why she wants to be involved in this. Thank you.
I'm wanting to be more involved in the community. I have some experience with some court and such. I've been in front. I wanted more representation from the county in RMA. I really thought it would be not only a great learning experience, a great networking experience, maybe a spot where I can make a difference if I got the position. And with my diverse background, especially in service and all my experiences worldwide with different courts and such, I thought this might be a good fit and a good opportunity for our county.
Thank you.
That answered your question, Councillor Gano? Okay. Councillor Hunter?
Yeah, not that I'm maybe a little bit cheap, but
Really?
I just feel that, and I don't care who puts their name in, I just don't feel that we should be paying for this. Just like there's a lot of things I don't think we should be paying for, so as soon as
Like
you see some other
brushing?
county or something, buck up and they can pay it. Sorry, I mean, that's just my
Nope,
thought.
that's fine.
I need to speak on that a little bit because the RMA, this came through a resolution. So basically when it's asked for a committee to be set up, it's asked for the people that are RMA members, which is all municipalities, to supply the best people forward to work on these committees so that we can get the best results that we need. And there's been more than one resolution on legal systems and policing and everything else, especially with rural. So the focus of this will be somewhat on rural, but it will be overall the overall justice system. So, and as far as from a cheapness base, in order to participate in almost any committee that we work on, there is that cost that does go with it. So it is you got to weigh your benefits versus cost. But County of Stettler has always been noted, and maybe part of it is, and Central's really been noted, District 2, as putting good people towards these things. So it is one of those things that we get out what we put in. So sometimes we need to look at that when it comes from an expense basis. Because if it changed our criminal code and had any reflect with it, it could certainly make a big difference to our rural policing. Councillor Nyberg.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. And I would reiterate that too. The County of Stettler has always been one of those organizations that stepped up. We have currently Reeve Clark on the RMA, myself at ASHA. We sit at these provincial positions because it gives us opportunity to And honestly, what we're doing is not necessarily the work of the committee, but we're advocating for our industry, our community at these provincial committees. There's no saying that Councillor Adam will be that individual, but I think it's well worth it for the county of Stettler to put it up. There's three kinds of people in the world. There's people that stand around and watch things happen. Those people that stand around and make things happen, and those people to say, what the heck happened? I want to be the county that makes things happen. And if that's our opportunity to do that, I will say in our community, there is a certain lacking of provincial organization participation by our members that are part of our community. I'm not going to point out one individual, but I mean, there's a number of other municipalities that we work with on a regular basis that don't participate in anything, and I think it shines badly on them, unfortunately. So the county of Stettler's a leader because we step up. So I'm in favor of it. And like I said, again, there's no guarantee you're going to get the position. I imagine there will be many people that will be looking. So,
Councillor Stevens?
I do think that this is very fertile ground for change and improvement. I think our justice system falls short on many different fronts. Do I think the county of Stettler should do everything? No. But if we're part of a group like RMA, we want to carry our own weight. And part of that is participating in resolutions, on committees. And I understand not wanting to be on every committee, but we have to carry our fair share and pull our own weight. Where that line is, I'm not sure. But this one, I support because I think this one has a ton of room for improvement.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, or can I get a motion to come forward? Oh, you did, okay. We've got a lot of.
We actually did this one, right? We made
Yeah,
the motion.
first, okay, super. Let's
And
get
I
back to
can't-
point of order then. Yeah,
Can I? Oh, I can, okay.
okay. So, we have a motion on the table. The recommendation, I guess they're not numbered, but it would be recommendation 1. Yeah. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? And Councillor Hunter is opposed, but carried. Okay. Request 8.9, request for decision, proclaim pregnancy and infant loss awareness day, page 92 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, did you want to speak to this one?
So following our discussion, we did receive this proclamation prior to having a proclamation policy and having our forms available on the website. This request came via email, and you can read all the associated request remarks with it. And the town of Stettler has reached out and requested we attend a joint proclamation signing with them to make this proclamation.
Questions, comments? Councillor Hunter.
I'll go back to my expense stuff, but can this be lined up? Like, is it going to be a separate, like we're going to have extra costs associated with this, or can it just be done? I don't know the steps on it.
Did the town suggest any dates back to Nikki, or can you suggest like before?
Yes, the town has requested that they would host it on September 28th, 29th, or 30th.
Do we have any meetings that day?
I don't think so.
No,
yeah.
we don't have anything currently scheduled.
You could put in a counter offer for September when we do have a meeting. If that could work.
We could counter for the 21st of September, which is the joint meeting
Okay,
at the town,
what about our second council meeting or 23rd?
or the 23rd, the day of our council meeting, yeah.
Like I don't mind stopping at some place like that and doing it, but it's just, it would sure be nice if we could tie it to something else.
Something like this, I just don't feel that we gotta spend a bunch of money on doing it. So we're gonna check that date out.
Can you counter dates, Nikki?
Absolutely, I can.
Councilor Gano?
Is it reasonable to make a motion that we do this, but to Wade's point, that at no cost?
Sure.
Does that make sense? And then you'd be required, I guess, to coordinate it so that'd be no cost to the town?
Absolutely.
County, sorry.
Well, that's your motion?
Should I repeat it? Or we got it?
You got it?
Okay, I made that motion.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call a question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Stevens is opposed. But carried. 9 agenda items. 9,
If I could, just to back up a little bit. In our new policy, do we have something that is a local deal? Like, I wonder if we shouldn't follow up with that a little bit more.
local group, you mean?
Well, like this seems like a national one. I don't know what is there going to be anybody from a local group here on this one?
What little I know, just a basic Google search, this is a group that was founded in Northern Ontario that sent it out to all municipalities Canada-wide. And going back to our earlier discussion, do I support an event or raising awareness or a funding? Yeah, because you can point to something concrete that it accomplishes. But I don't know how a municipal Canada-wide proclamation helps anyone that has suffered loss.
When you look at this loss here, I guess the knowledge, and if it's posted on the municipalities' websites that people even think on October 15th, this is the day that this was, I feel we've accomplished something out of that. Because anybody that has lost a child, that's a day that they're going to live with every day. And I don't say it's October 15th. It's probably closer to the day it actually happened, but it stays in their heart forever. So I think that's pretty cheap. If we can go there and sign it for no cost and give one person grace over it, I think we've accomplished something.
And Mr. Chair, I'm not opposed to that, especially myself. But what I'm saying is, where I'm at on this is, good policy makes good governance, and I've said that 1,000 times. I'll probably say it another 1,000. If we've got a policy in place, I'd like to make sure that we are following that policy. I know the timing.
The horse and the cart, Mr.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just saying, on the future, I'd like to understand that it looks to me that we're not going to have any representative from this organization to help us sign that
That could be
proclamation.
a question as these come in too, is a quick
Yeah.
note back is locally, it's just so if it does come to our table or whatever, or comes forward, we know if we have local piece or not. But if it comes at no cost for something like, as I just said with this, I will take my time and sign it.
Yeah, no, and I'm 100% behind that. And my thought pattern behind this was getting back to Mr. Stevens to put some meat behind this. Is maybe we should reach out to FCSS to have some information, because they do have a grief and loss program that they will have. So maybe there is something that we can actually add to that, because not everybody has a strong family unit and not everybody has the opportunity to have that community connection. So if we can help with that, I think it's important. So,
Okay.
To make it tangible.
Nikki?
Just further to Councillor Nyberg's query, our new policy does put onus on the requester to submit a request form. a minimum of 30 days prior, which these people have done, in fact, and then also to compose the draft proclamation and to organize related activities which involve inviting the media, because we do get a lot of these requests, and lots of the time it's county staff writing a proclamation, researching, doing the layout for a form. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is a time consuming if you have a lot of them. And then we're happy to invite the media, of course, but it's tough to invite the media to a non-event. So this policy does consider that there should be invitees, there should be guests, and there should be media present, so that it is an event, not just a form that we sign.
So this is a perfect example of why we need a policy.
Yeah. Councillor Gano?
Is it our intention to share our policy with the town of Stettler so they understand where we're headed?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm sure they're recognizing the same thing with the flood of people. Okay, we do have a motion on the table. Any other questions? We did. Okay, we did. Okay, no,
I was against protocol there.
yes, you were. You said protocol. You were bragging about yourself a minute ago.
I know.
Yes, I
Just
do.
got to keep you on your
I
toes.
do actually have a check mark beside it, which means it was voted on, and now I do remember who didn't vote on it. So, number 9 agenda items, 9.1 secondary highway and highway apron updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yesterday I forwarded to council the reply that we received from Minister Dreeshen for the letter that we wrote regarding the secondary highway maintenance and the shape that some of the aprons are in off of our double and triple digit secondary highways. Also, last week we were able to meet with Alberta Transportation, the new Director of Operations for HANA, Jenica Jones. And she brought along Bob with her, and he was covering for the gentleman that usually works out of the Nehill office, who's responsible for our area. He was on holidays. It was a great meeting. They did a tour. She spent most of the day with us, and I'll let Greg comment because Greg and Andy took her on a road tour. Go ahead.
Thank you, CAO Cassidy. So just to follow up with that, we initially in the morning we sat down. Director of Municipal Services Andrew Brishik, myself, and Andy Phillips, Manager of Engineering and Facilities. We sat with Jenica and Bob. Darcy Newton is the other contract inspector for our area. He was unable to meet with us, but he had forwarded notes to Jen and Bob to cover with us, and had forwarded his regrets that he wasn't able to attend, but will be part of meetings going forward. Small world, as it turns out. I scratch my head and I'm like, oh, Jenica Jones, that sounds like a familiar name. And indeed it was. So we have had previous work through 4-H and whatnot in the district. So it was kind of a nice, refreshing visit so that we could put names to faces and realize that there are connections that we do know as well. I did know Bob as well. Forgot that I did meet him years past through events held down in Bymore, the Bymore Bolorama and whatnot. They were also worked and assisted in those. So we do have definitely a connection through this office now. With this meeting, we covered a ton of projects, I guess, and a ton of information. So much of it was a great relay of the information required as to how things are done or why they're done in a certain way, how the contract with the maintenance provider is structured and how it's approached, and what they do handle out of the HANA office. So I am going to go through my list and give you kind of a brief synopsis as to what we covered and the information that they did provide to us during that time. So number 1, contact information. The 511 is the preferred contact for any municipality, ratepayer, et cetera. And the fact that that is a recorded concern line. They do receive it, so our contract inspection representatives receive all of those comments, concerns, requests. They receive all of them that are submitted for their areas to that line. So they immediately get to see it. So themselves, the manager, operations manager sees it, as well as the contract manager for that area sees it as well. So they're all on the same page. There's no basically shadow of a doubt of who gets to see it and when it gets attended to. They do review those and reply. They can reply as quickly as possible, and will make any means necessary to get that reply back to the person, or get the issue or concern taken care of on the road surfaces. So that was a great little piece of information that we have been handing out, that 511 contact to ratepayers and requesting that they do register their concerns and complaints on there, and that is a good resource to utilize. Secondary gravel road surfaces and maintenance. So we did discuss at length the secondary gravel surfaces that are in our areas. They do realize that there is a significant deficit in the product, the aggregate that's on these roads. They had updated and upgraded the approach to maintenance on them to get through the year. Their budget had been indeed cut for adding aggregate to these surfaces. We did receive assurances, though, that going forward, they do have a plan projected and in place. Not much different than ours in some regards, in the fact that they realize that these secondary road surfaces are getting very bloated, wide, and out of shape. And they're harder and harder to keep into shape and maintain when they get to that condition. So much the same as we're seeing on some of our high traffic routes. Their approach is that they would like to work with their contractor to narrow up and reshape some of these secondaries and do some work on them over the next few years. They will know better as they go forward, as budgets come out, but they did assure us that they are working to try to get those budget accommodations in place so that they can do more work on the graveled secondaries. Highway apron approach maintenance. So when we were discussing how this is all laid out, right now, the priority from Alberta Transportation through to these offices and the maintenance is that priority number one is maintenance and travel lanes. So what that means is that your travel lane that the vehicles are going up and down the highways in at all times, that maintenance that's required on those surfaces, that's priority one. When we get outside of that lane, those priorities slip, and then they are all classified in different levels. So what we were seeing in our approaches, or our approach aprons coming off of our range and township roads onto the highways, is the fact that what they're working with right now is their travel lanes. Those approach aprons are a second priority there. So they're lower on the scale already. And then depending on what's required at each of those locations may slip it a little further down. What we did come to was a resolution in the fact that what we can do is we are going to work to assist Alberta Transportation in the fact that we are going to itemize and inventory our approach aprons that we feel as though our top 10 list, and then go down from there. We are going to submit that to them. They are going to, Darcy and Bob specifically, are going to tour around. And what they are doing is they are going to put together a complete renovation plan for those approach aprons. So what it would be is once they hit a certain level, they can put together a maintenance plan where they will come out with the crews and they will completely mill, resurface, and relay that approach apron. Because what we are seeing is in some of these locations, they are at a max. They can't patch them anymore because that surface is no longer appropriate in relation to the height of the adjacent highway or the township or range road that it's servicing. So they do see that there is definitely a need to be able to put this package together and do a complete renovation of these approaches on the aprons, and that they will continue to do that as we go along. Patching wise, like they said, and I mean, I can understand in the fact that we will classify these aprons and see what is required at each site. Some of them may not meet the demand as they won't have issues or maintenance completed on them immediately. It may stage. What we were talking about was 9 times out of 10, if you have a low class pothole in an apron, he says, give it about 12 to 15 months and it'll work its way up the priority list pretty fast because that's basically how quickly we're seeing these aprons fall apart, and they are seeing it as well. So we're going to work with them. We're going to have our inventory in place and submit that information to them for our top 10. And like I said, they are working on a proposal and plan for those full maintenance to be completed next year. Highway snow clearing timelines and etc. So what we did receive was basically a paved highway list and notice from them. And with that, it shows all the highway classes. So interesting knowledge to myself, a particular highway may receive different classes as you travel along it. So you may start out with a class B, let's say on Highway 11, as it's entering into the county of Stettler and then transfers into Highway 12. But depending on where it's at, it may go from a class B to a class C to a class D. Each of those classes then relate to basically response time in the wintertime for when they will be plowing that and how often they'll be plowing it, and the cycle time afterwards that they'll come back to it. So this is a great piece of information for us because when we receive phone calls or things like that, we'll have a knowledge of what the class of the highway is, roughly what the cycle time is on the clearing efforts of that maintenance contractor. And then with that information, we will be, Alberta Transportation is setting a pre-winter meeting between Alberta Transportation, County of Stettler, and local contractor, maintenance contractor, where we will sit down. We'll have the opportunity to basically lay out all of our logistics concerns as to how traffic or highway maintenance is conducted through the wintertime, and be able to work with the contractor in coming to a solution and resolution as to how we can better accent what they are doing and what we're doing to allow for safer conditions for our ratepayers to enter and exit off of the highway surfaces. Did you want to go to a question?
Yes, we've got Councillor Nyberg.
Okay.
Had his hand up.
Just on the comment that I think the Minister Dreesen's department definitely knows how to use AI. That letter we got back seemed to me that it was very formed and very much an AI. I'm not sure where he talks about the information, like even the 511 signs. I don't think there's 511 signs up on our secondary highways.
Highway 12, I don't believe there's 511.
So they're saying that there is a policy in place for how many signs should be up. Can we get a copy of that policy so that we can make sure that they're actually adhering to it? Because I don't think they are. And number two on that is that I'm getting really, really tired of our staff taking the phone calls and doing the work. This is another one of those BS download systems where the highway, we are getting the phone call of when the snowplow is coming. This 511 should be, I think it should be on our website, and it should be a top bullet on, if you have a problem with the highway, phone 511, don't phone us. And I think we need to have in the county connections, we need to have another one, 511, don't phone us, phone them. And it pisses me off. And when you talk about it, they are not our aprons. They are their aprons. It is, again, these apron issues is, and Mr. Jackson, I'm not commenting, you said our top 10 list, it's going to be a top 100 list. And it's not ours, it's the ones that we've received of their problem. And I think we need to change that narrative. This is not our problem, this is their problem. So, and if that's the direction, I see in other communities, they have a 1-800 number, phone the operator. if they want 511 calls, that's where we should be definitely directing them. And I think we need to do a blitz, a white noise blitz to get them out there.
Back to Greg and then to Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through to Councillor Nyberg, just a quick comment. So there are 511 sign locations specifically currently in the county of Stettler. I can easily reach out and get a list of where they are placed and where they should be placed. If they are deficient in some of those means, we'll be able to make that happen. We have requested a media release item from Alberta Transportation in regards to their 511 and what people can do to connect with and find information. That request was made at this meeting. They are going back through their media staff to be able to find the information that they can submit and allow us to be able to then publish both on our website and in our newsletter. So that information will be circulated as well. And in the aprons, I do state, our aprons. In some locations, the aprons that Alberta Transportation has paved do cross the boundary line, which was noted. However, they stated that basically then where that moves forward past that point is one of the items that they would take on and ensure that they are going to make that right. And the fact that we aren't taking care of their aprons, they're going to take care of their aprons, and they will be surveyed to the proper line. That's where they're going to be at. So that is something that will be taken care of as well.
Okay, Councillor Stevens.
The topic of encouraging ratepayers to call the correct organization for secondaries or aprons. Keep in mind, one of the reasons we got to this is we were telling some ratepayers for the last 3 years, call this number, and got nowhere. And that's why we got Public Works involved. We grouped a whole bunch together and said, listen, here's all the places. It's not a singular apron, and it's easy for an organization that size to ignore it when they view it as a one-off thing. That's why our staff got involved, because it was some of these aprons, it was widespread. You could go 10 miles and every approach or apron was the same. They all needed work. It was harder to ignore when it was grouped. But as far as pushing responsibility or who to contact, if you were going to do that sort of communication, I would say it needs to be more widespread than just secondary or highways. I mean, how many times have we had this discussion about 310 land or the request to deal with wildlife? Well, we have an entire fish and wildlife department in the province. It shouldn't be our peace officers dealing with that. Alberta Environment, how many times do we get drug into that? If you were going to do it, you would have, in my mind, you would have to list the other organizations that we've been filling in for and what their contact info is. Because this is not a one-off for secondary roads. The one thing, and I think it's important if we're going to have this discussion, ton of room for improvement on secondary highways, approaches, aprons, and the maintenance thereof. And I agree with the assessment about too wide, too flat, and causing a ton of issues on those secondary gravels. But credit where credit is due, our local contractor does a far better job snow plowing our highways in the winter than some of our neighboring areas. Last winter, I did a tremendous amount of work south, and when you crossed over into the next jurisdiction, heading towards Drum, it was stark and noticeable. The local guys were doing a significantly better job plowing the paved highways in our area than south of us.
Okay, and I've got Greg to answer, I think, back to Councillor.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Mr. Reeve, and just for clarification to council. So when we receive phone calls from ratepayers in regards to plow services and stuff to that nature, we aren't specifying this is when Alberta Transportation's plows are going to be coming by or anything of that nature. All we're giving them is the bare bones information stating that There are different road classifications, which then indeed turns to different cycle times that the plow will be in the areas. This is a number that you can reach, or you can go online as well to 511 Alberta 511 online, gives you the map and shows you the actual, it's a delayed location of plowing and the surface's conditions. But that is the information that we are relaying through to the ratepayers if they call in. And agreeing, we're not giving them any information that they can't find on their own, but so often we won't hear from a ratepayer again if we are able to give them some basis knowledge that we have in regards to how the system is set up and where they can go for more information. And that's all we're basically telling them to. So
CAO casting, then Councillor Adam.
So at the end of the road tour, Greg and I did discuss with them in quite a lot of length about snow plowing. Because one of the problems we have is they come down the highway. They leave these ridges into acreages or farmsteads along the highways that are our ratepayers. And some of them coming home from work in a small car can't get over the ridge and into their property. So then we end up sending somebody out at 8 o'clock at night to open up that ridge. By the time we get to it, it's froze, it's hard, it's very hard on our equipment. So we discussed that because it's not our responsibility, it's theirs. But if you're a ratepayer that pays taxes in the county of Stettler, you get pretty frustrated when you can't get into your own property. The other issue we also talked about was the way they're plowing when they put out our roads. Typical example would be the Resource Road or the Fen Road. So they merrily go along because that's what they're told to do. And we come along to plow, and we've got the big ridges coming into our highways. So talking about, this is what's stemming this meeting, I think in September, is to get them when they come up to the end of the road to go in a circular type motion with the plows, get it into the ditch and off the approach into our highway network, I guess. And so that should make it easier for us when we plow. At least the roads will be open. And since sometimes we've had people that just can't even have access onto like the Fen Road or the Resource Road because of these ridges that they're leaving.
Councillor Adam.
So I had a few things. So for one, we're not isolated in the county. Our peace officers having to pick up roadkill. Currently, MCON is also required to pick them up and transport them instead of Fish and Wildlife. But the other one is, I don't know what number aside from 511 that is given, but people have called to MCON and the individual or the Stettler office will say you have to call Hannah. And Hannah will tell them, well, you have to call the county because they won't do anything without a county's request. So there's a few things and it doesn't matter if it's plowing or grading or what it is. This is pretty much what a lot of people have been getting. I've got one friend that works for MCON, and when I talked to him about some of the issues, he said, well, got to call Hannah. So like that's what I mean, those guys are just, they're the ones that are following the instructions. So you can't get after them.
Greg.
yeah, Mr. Reed, through to Councillor Adams' comments there. So it's not incorrect in the fact that during certain events or certain requests, MCON will direct the phone call to Alberta Transportation because it may fall outside of their contract details. And so in which case then Alberta Transportation would need to make the decision as to a budgetary amount that would be allocated and the priority of that request being made before directing then MCON to move forward. So it isn't unheard of that a ratepayer may phone MCON's number that's available for phone-in requests, that MCON would direct them to talking to Alberta Transportation Hannah office in our area because they can't proceed with that request until they have direction from Alberta Transportation as to how it would be paid outside of the contract.
But we're not Alberta Transportation, and they're told talk to us to make the request.
No.
That's
So
what some of them were told.
and that if that's being told to them by MCON, the service provider, then that's incorrect in that regard, or they're maybe just misinformed on the fact of where that location is, because they may be trying to discern between a county road and an Alberta Transportation contract road that they have.
So maybe we need, for those that are asked, that are being redirected, or MCON, they need to have that clarification, and that might be a good thing for communication.
I
Right.
think that's something that we can bring forward at that September meeting and say, like, we don't request you to plow your own roads. That's up to you guys, right?
Yeah, and I don't know, they don't say who they've talked to specifically as an individual, but I've heard this a few times from people. So it is happening, but I really couldn't say which person they are speaking to.
Yeah.
And but
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I get, as far as Hannah goes, like, Hannah is a division line out of the offices, and
It's their head office for MCON.
I know very well that the division line is at 852 at Gadsby, because we have very different, differences there. So if they've changed that everything is their head office out of Hannah now, that maybe should be communicated too, because we were talking to Hannah and we were talking to, I believe it was Red Deer before or something.
Right. So the area that I understand that Red Deer is still responsible for is up by Buffalo Lake.
Okay.
Everything south of there and to the east of there is basically Hannah.
So that should be clarified too then.
And I mean, in regards to the contractor maintenance services, so the manager I have communication with is based out of Stettler. But we would have that ability through our contacts now with Alberta Transportation is to discuss with them. And then if it's someone other than that location, they can direct it another way. So
Yeah, because Stettler is essentially a satellite office, but that manager is managed by Hannah.
so
Okay, I've got a Minister Dreesen's letter said with our record rainfall, that's why I'll call the Hackett Road. I should have the proper number for it, but it is known by everybody around as the Hackett Road. And even to our MLA, it's known as the Hackett Road. But that road, the pictures that were sent in, it was after 4/10 of rain, not after, not after massive amounts of rain when he had. Oh no, they've had over this past couple of years they've had rainfall, but I mean it went from dust to putting your vehicle into four-wheel drive, so you're not putting your trailer in the ditch. So it's not just a mute point that we'd had downpours and monsoons, but that was an issue, and I read that very clearly in Minister Dreesen's letter. I'm going to hit him up about it, but the other thing is when you define aprons, I've got 852 pavement. I drove the gravel, the secondary, yesterday, and it's just after another rain, it just pounds the rocks out of the potholes. I hope that was looked at because they don't prepare the roads before they gravel. But 852 pavement, I have people from our contractor drive that road almost daily and watch them, and nobody is like, there's no patching going on. There is water sits in where the line is in the center of the road that will sit there for 4 or 5 days after a rainfall. Like, preventative measures would say to me that you're doing continual road damage by leaving that saturated. It's like it will become an urgent matter. So I know it's not the busiest section of pavement we have, but they got to maintain this stuff. And I don't care what class it is, or it's going to be beat all to hell for what could take a little bit of maintenance right now. So please get that message back to them. But the 511 being the cure-all, the 850, the Hackett Road, the individual I've dealt with, he said they probably hate me on that line because I'm phoning them almost weekly. Because he said that's how I was directed to get my message through. And this is one of the calmest individuals I've ever dealt with, but it's driven them to this point. So, but follow up, as long as they're following up, he said he's seeing some reaction with it, but he said, I'm worried it's just going to fall off because you can become a squeaky wheel. Does he use it? He actually uses both. Yeah, he uses both, but I just looked up the text from him when I sent the pictures in, and it indicated it was 4/10 of rain after several days of no rain. So that, our CO Casty.
I mean, AT and also Stu, when I talked to him at Elnora, explained that the contracts this year were very specific about Class A and Class B that they're responsible for. And I think aprons are Class D. So that's a problem in itself. They're under budget constraints. They're allotted this much budget and they can't go over without going back and trying to get some more funds, which they have not been successful doing. It, the gravel secondary highways are flat. They're wide. They're trying to pull the shoulders in just like we do a little bit at a time, where they have the budget money to do it. They've been a victim of maybe poor quality of gravel from wherever they purchased it, and they made reference to that also. So they are trying to look at the spec that they're using on the roads, and they are trying to make it better. But I think for a big difference, probably this council's got to get in front of the minister and lobby for more funds to come this way.
I was to Edmonton 3 times last week in non-consecutive weekdays. It sickens me when I drive in and see the multiple overpasses being put in, the multiple street work and road work being done, and knowing it's grant funded when we can't get these simple things done. Once again, to rural, we supply the resources, we supply the materials, and they're even looking now at different things throughout Bill 28 to make it easier. And they don't want to supply us the services on our bridges, our roads, etc. So this has got to stop somewhere. This, like I've said up before, you just keep squeezing the golden goose. One of these days, it's not going to be a golden egg you get. It's going to be something else falling all over you. So it's to me, it's disgusting how our provincial money's going right now.
And Mr. Chair, I think we put a resolution forward, and then at RMA, I will definitely, in the Bear Pit session, I'm going to follow up with it. This decentralization has to happen. If they want to continue with rural Alberta, they need to move. Alberta Ag in the center of our capital city makes 0 sense. Transportation, we have the majority of our roads are out in rural Alberta. Why is that department not out in rural Alberta? And I'll tell you what, these guys, they're going to lose the support they have if they don't smarten up. We have to decentralize that government.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, just a quick comment. Through the summer, I did have direct contact with our maintenance inspector for Alberta Transportation on the contracts, and we weren't unheard. They did provide us information during our meeting that requests had gone in to Alberta Transportation for added budget funds to be able to allocate to the graveled secondaries. However, the response they were receiving at that point in time was that the funds that were available, due to the extreme weather conditions that were being basically a main reason why there was the issues and the concerns at that point in time, those funds were being allocated in different locations for, as the priority list goes. Overall, they made up priorities where they were hit the hardest, and unfortunately our area wasn't necessarily high enough on the priority list to receive added funds. But at the same time, both Bob and Darcy scheduled a meeting, and they were touring our area. It will be this week, and I believe again next week, in preparation for our next meeting end of September. So they'll have more information for us then as well as to what they can do and how they plan to move forward. Jen and Bob and Darcy are looking at alternative ways to approach some of these items that are concerns on our list, as we know in different ways that budget and funding streams can be kind of resourced in different ways, so that if you write the application the right way, then maybe some funds will come and they'll be able to utilize and make those things happen a little sooner. So there is some positive response in that regard, and the fact that they are looking outside of the box to figure out ways that they can assess and move forward.
And as far as secondary gravel, there's some at this table, and I can't remember when we did this. We put forward a proposal to Alberta Transportation and the Alberta government to basically take over the secondary gravel roads because of the crappy way they were taking care of them. But one of the big parts of it was that we had to have basically a transition grant in order to bring these roads back to spec and then gravel them properly and maintain them. And the level of improvement, we were heading quite far down that path. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if there was an infusion of money or whatever, and they threw gravel on them, but they didn't shape them. And part of that was there was a plan at that point to bring these roads back into condition. Vet, can you remember roughly how many years ago that was? Was it like
I'm
6
thinking
years
5,
ago?
6 years rings a bell.
Mr. Green was our director.
Yep, yeah, but we were asking for significant funds and just to bring the roads up to our level of road maintenance before we would take them over.
Well, we're back to these conversations again, and some of the roads, like the Hackett Road, basically have worsened, have not gotten better over that period. So it's one of those things that until there's a change, it's not going to go away, and we're going to practice insanity because we're going to keep trying to do the same thing and expect different results. So something has to happen differently. Okay. Any other?
So, yeah, just to carry on a couple of different items we haven't covered yet. There was some light discussion in regards to highway vegetation control as well, how that would be rolling out and how it would be funded and approached in the future. Our Ag Service Group has great connection with Alberta Transportation in regards to how we've worked through this before. And it was definitely discussed at our meeting that they want to continue with that relationship and enhance the vegetation control issues and concerns that we have in regards to our weeds in the ditches, the Alberta Transportation right-of-ways adjacent to our ratepayers' properties. So there was some good discussion in regards to that. As well, we did talk about different GPS tracking systems, technologies, and things like that is being utilized in different areas by different contractors and things throughout the province. As we are looking as well within our own system in the county of Stettler to make sure that we have a reputable and defendable system that's in place, giving us the data that we need. And then basically to wrap it up, we did have just kind of a steps moving forward. What are some of the things that they're seeing that they would like to move forward on? And what are the things that we do see? And when can we get back together again and have this meeting? They did make mention during that portion of our meeting with CAO Cassidy and myself that, they aren't opposed to looking at ways that maintenance contracts can be accented with municipalities where we do see graveled secondaries kind of falling apart and things of that nature. So there is probably an opportunity in the future to discuss that a little further, and whether or not it's, the finances are in place to allow for that to happen so that it works in our favor is yet to be seen.
When you say weed control in ditches, I struggle. It goes back once again to our commercial individuals that are in agriculture and cross over that line. It wasn't in our municipality, but it was along Highway 12 west of us. I met a commercial silage operation. The road was covered with, like, you could see it coming up behind your vehicles when you went down Highway 12. The no tarps. No, and if I haul a load of grain, I have to put a tarp on it. And this is blowing continually. Yes, it looks fairly green, but is there weed seeds in there? Is there weeds that are matured quicker than the crop? I'm not the one to say, but when you take a walk in the bottom of our ditches and see the different weeds that we have that aren't maybe in our more rural or gravel areas of our counties, as a person that owns quite a bit of land along the highway, it actually disgusts me that this is happening, because if you're spreading weeds, you're spreading a lot of weeds. And if there was any mature chamomile plants in something like that, and they got 650,000 seeds per plant, that would be an opportunity to spread a lot of that product along our highways. So, Councillor Nyberg.
And to that end, and I know we had some discussion about silage trucks and tarping a few years back. It got fairly controversial. But as someone who rides motorbike on a regular basis, if you go through where they're hauling silage on the highway, it can become very, very dangerous in a very quick hurry, because it piles up and and it can be a very dangerous item.
So yeah, that's basically a quick synopsis as to the items and the information that we had discussed during that meeting. Definitely, we do have a feeling now that there's the line is open. Communication by all members is something that they want to ensure, and they put high priority on it. And the fact that they want to be able to communicate with us directly as we want to directly communicate with them. So overall, a very positive feeling coming out of that meeting.
Councillor Walker and then Councillor Gano.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could get a copy of that map on the, on the grade of it, like the A, B, C, or D.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then on the 511, you can see where the plow trucks are if so you do your travel by where the plow trucks are as well.
Councillor Gano.
Do we know when the contract is up for the service providers?
So they just entered into a new contract session. So I believe they're in year 1 and they'd have 9 years remaining, I believe.
I think so, yeah. They just renewed them.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think if it, I'm just trying to figure out the wording, I'd like to make a motion that we instruct administration to bring back a communication initiative to County Connections, our website, and what other forms that we do, giving our ratepayers the context information of where and when to find the Alberta government stuff. So I think you talked about 310 land, 511. Is there any other numbers that we should be utilizing, or any that the administration feels that we should be? And I think we should do something out in the County Connections, and then maybe some postings.
Well, Alberta Environment came up by Mr. Stevens, and at that point, I look back to when we had some of our creeks and lakes drained when we had no water coming in, and the response or lack thereof of what we got through Alberta Environment, who issues the licenses to divert that water. I think shows really what it is, and especially when it's coming from another municipality. They should be answering the landowners, let alone when a municipality makes those questions. So we did drum, we did push, and finally it came to the point that nobody came out and inspected the pumping operation. So it was once again a push down by the Alberta government for us to try and regulate something that they should have been regulating. Councillor Gano.
The other one, and this was relayed at the Coffee with the Cop, was if it's wildlife related, use the report a poacher.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would be.
So that's another one, yeah.
Yep.
Was that for dead animals on the road too, or just?
Well, if it's an animal that's injured, so it might be eventually dead.
Yeah.
So I think that they at least start there. And the intention was directed properly. The wildlife conservation officer that was there said he often needs support, but start with him, and then he can make the decision around, he might be calling us, might be the outcome, but we should probably start with him. My suggestion.
And I think with this, and I think part of what we also, and I mean, that's a good point, Mr. Gano. And we talked about the rural crime and the RCMP stating that even small incidences should be reported to them because they follow the stats. So if you have a 511 call and they get 300 calls on a certain location, then the stats are going to say you need to fix this, right? So I think it's imperative that we utilize that and work the system to our advantage. So yeah.
So with your motion, do you want to finish that so that we have a motion?
I think administration brings back, and then at any time we'll review that, and if there's something that council comes up with, hey, we need to add this, or maybe administration has somebody that they're a little bit more in the know. So
Okay, we have a motion on the table. You nodded at me. Okay, call the question. All in favor?
and I'll give you a receipt for information on this secondary highway 9.1.
Good discussion. So
Yep.
call the question. All in favor? That's carried. And we will break. I see lunch has been here for a bit, so we'll break for lunch. Back at it at 1 o'clock. I should turn my mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let Craig speak to this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Clark and members of council. So this application has been brought forward by the property owner. So when the applicants initiate rezonings, we typically move automatically to a public hearing. The nature of the application is to redesignate an agricultural parcel that's between two already designated industrial parcels on the east side of 19 Range Road 19-3, just to the east of the town of Stettler. So you see that on the map if you bring it up to the next page, please, Jared. Our subject area is highlighted in the hatch. It's an agricultural parcel right now, and this proposal also takes a portion, or proposes to take a portion from the quarter section. That's the triangular piece that's double hatched on the to the east, to add that and create a larger industrial parcel. So immediately south of that area, you can see a very tanned. That's a location of Flare Tech, and they also own this property. They're the applicant, and they are doing the redesignation of the subdivision in preparation of their long-term future business plans in the space that they would need. Staff have no concern with the application. We recommend it be given first reading and moved on to the public hearing, and recommend that the public hearing be scheduled for September 23, 2026 at 1 p.m.
Councillor Stevens?
Is that lot or subdivision north of the hatched area, is that also zoned industrial?
It is.
Okay.
I just, back to Craig, was there a, I thought this was discussed at the original one, and because of the wetlands, it was cut off the way it was cut off, but because you look there and you've got the creek adjacent to the east, and then there's a creek running right through it, but we do have that other slash piece that runs up adjacent to that property, but I thought there was something to do with wetlands.
Reeve Clark, this has an interesting subdivision history. This will be like attempt number 3 to work around the creek. And so the applicants are bringing forward a subdivision application because between them and the property owner, they thought they were already going up against the creek branch that's kind of on the east side. So it's a kind of shaded. Can you zoom in blow the image up maybe a little bit, Jared, please? Okay, so there's 2 creeks. There's one coming up from the southeast, sorry, southwest, and you see that angling, and that's actually probably the more dominant stream. They're both relatively small components of the creek bed at this point. And then the one that's running more kind of east-west between where their shop is and then going north to the area to be zoned. That's kind of a smaller drainage element. They do intersect at that point. There is an area that probably wouldn't be claimed as wetland, but it is questions of bed and shore for the creek and maintaining drainage. Going back to 2012, provincial staff had indicated that the province has no interest in claiming the bed and shore of this particular section of Red Willow Creek because it's not particularly defined and not large enough in their perspective. So as we go through the subdivision, which will be kind of a follow-up step on this, I expect those issues to come up yet again. But the intent, as I understand it from the previous, when they were first trying to do this, was to separate the land to the west, on the west side of the main creek running from southwest to northeast, and then straddling the smaller creek that runs due east-west. So
just a question, especially with years like this when we've had the water that we had, was that creek, like what would happen if that was developed and the properties to the west of that, is that going to back water up? Is it going to?
Okay. So specific, I assume your question is dealing with the one north of the Flare
Yeah,
shop.
well, there is that, but I suspect the one heading almost south of those subdivisions, I don't know where it.
That one should not be impacted. But the one to the north is already covered by a drainage easement in the name of the county, which doesn't mean that you can't do anything in that area. But what it does mean is that you can't impede the flow. So if you were to go by there today, you'll see that they have already built a connector road that goes from the Flare Tuck shop on the south using a culvert that matches the size of the culvert that we have in our own road on 19.3, and then has a little road across our other parcel to go up to the shop to the other parcel in another quarter section that's also part of their operation. So that's why this zoning is dealing with kind of filling in the missing piece, which leads the way for them to come forward and do subdivision applications to kind of clean up the titles and know what they have to work with. And then after that, I expect development permits for some of the activities.
So that creek bed or that drainage would have to be left intact with culverts, et cetera, put in. It couldn't be filled in with gravel or.
You have to let the water keep going through. Yeah.
Okay, that was my biggest concern on it. Councillor Stevens?
I'll give you a motion that council give first reading to bylaw 1767-26 and that council schedule a public hearing for September 23rd at 1 p.m.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, correspondence, we'll go to 11.2. Or 11.2, Alberta News securing Alberta's water future for the next 100 years. Yvette, do you have anything to?
No, Andrew sat in on this. I guess it'd be like a Zoom Teams meeting, and just wanted to give a little bit of background on what was discussed.
Councillor Navarre?
I think it was discussed, but I think there's stuff we've already heard. So I'll give you a motion to receive for information.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. And then, because the reason I separated that from the next two is we've got dust control letters again for like 11.3, page 106, and 11.4, page 107 from 3 ratepayers. Just it might take more discussion over what those letters indicate. I don't know. So, is there any other background with those?
Oh, I need my mic on, don't I? Sorry, Reeve Clark. On those two letters, I'm just bringing that up here now. So both locations of these, one is an MG30 application, one is a DL10. Throughout the process of applying both products to the properties, we were dealing with some issues and concerns around weather. When both products were applied, there have been basically rain systems and storms for days previous to it, leading up right to the evening before, even in the one in the light oil. So if I separate them now in that regard, the first letter here from Miss Elaine Simon, this was light oil product. Previous years had been light oil product. We had worked this location up to prep it for the application. The night previous to that, we received an extensive amount of rainfall, which saturated the road surface. So in order to meet basically QC for applying the light oil to that product, we needed to dry out that surface. In order to do that, we had to work that surface regularly for a couple of days. We were able to work with the logistics on the delivery of the light oil and have it delayed. So we were able to dry out that surface and get it ready for the application. In doing that, we did add aggregate to that location as well, though we did add more product to account for the added aggregate to ensure that there would be adequate DL10 on that location to make it set. I had met with Elaine on site, and we went through it a bit. I met with Jeff Simon as well at site, and we went through it. The message I gave them was the policy is very clear. I am not able to offer a warranty. However, you can discuss with your counselor and submit a letter that I will have for council's review in the package from there. Miss Simon's very upset with the product as it sits right now. I did mention to her that, that what she is seeing is very similar to other locations that we've had where there's been concerns over the performance on the product after it hasn't been applied on an annual basis. But like I said, that was what we were receiving there was dust reduction. The surface, is working in that regard. But if she was looking for something any more than that, then it would have to be a letter that comes to council for discussion. The second location is a DL10, an MG30 application. And it's in an area which there's quite a bit of traffic. We do have some issues and concerns with washboarding, overall maintenance in that area, just because of the traffic volume that goes, and as well with the change in speed at that location. It goes from a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone. There is an acceleration then at that point, and so it does get very choppy. Fortunately, when we were applying the MG30 product, it does require the aggregate and the road surface to be quite wet and damp. So we were working with what Mother Nature gave us and adding water when required. The surface was at the time of application. The weather, it was not raining actively during the time. As I said, we were working around different rainstorms and things like that. And other locations throughout that day that had been completed have had no issues or concerns with those locations reported to staff at all. I went to this location. I've driven on it. Again, it was performing in much the way that many of our other ones did. It's dust reduction, and I basically gave the same message to this ratepayer as well, as the fact that the policy is very clear. There are no warranties offered. However, that she felt as though there was something more that she was looking for. A letter could be submitted and it would be basically presented to council for further discussion.
Councillor Gano?
If we could bring up a map of RV generation, please. So regarding the the first item, the first request from Simons, I'll wait till Greg's done here. We've had some, as I understand, there's been a commitment earlier in the year to the ratepayers on, to make sure I get my roads right, 38-4 for along that business and with other ratepayers to, we've got counters up as of late, and I believe the commitment to the ratepayer, and I haven't talked to you, Greg, directly about this, but through the ratepayer, is that there would be something brought to this council about whether or not we could designate that, or we'd like to designate that as a haul road. The request, I think, was from not this ratepayer, but the one that we're seeing there to the east around subsidizing dust control, because they're paying the full amount. So there's a few questions here. So maybe I'll let you start with that one or answer that one. Do we have a commitment and what might it look like?
So Greg can give you that answer.
Yeah, I've got some other follow-up.
Thank you, Reeve Clark, through to Councillor Gano. So discussions with ratepayers along this stretch of road. The discussions were in the fact that we were going to put up traffic counters. Their comments were that there is an excessive amount of vehicle traffic that travels on this road. My comment to them was I would put up the traffic counters in these locations and try to discern exactly where the traffic is mostly being drawn to and for what reasons. Complete transparency, how many vehicles are coming to Generations RV and how many are, traveling past Generations RV and carrying on, was one of the pieces of information that I wanted to try to diagnose and break down. As Generations RV, popular business, very active, is this a contributing factor to what's happening down further as my conversations with ratepayers down further along the road, or is it something else? there was never any discussion in regards to what the road could be designated as, and the fact that we don't have any specific parameters outlining the threshold at which a road would be changed from one use to another, or what specifically would trigger a county-funded dust reduction for that location.
I just have a comment on the haul road status though. This road is permanently banned, is it not?
Correct.
Yeah,
it
so
is.
how can it be permanently banned and be deemed as a haul road?
Right. That's
Yeah.
why there's
Yeah.
no
It
discussion.
would
as
need to be a new
There's-
designation if we did anything at all.
Right.
So with, and I know you've been out, thank you, and have the traffic counters out there.
Yep.
When is reasonable for you to bring back a report of what you found on that report?
So I have received the information download from peace officers in regards to what we'd gathered on that. I haven't been able to, I received it today. So I haven't been able to open it up and really discern what we've got. So with all expectation, my thoughts is that we're coming to the end of the dust season. We've completed our second round of MG30s. The oil is what the oil is at this point in time. Council's direction as to how they would want to, answer to these letters that are submitted is separate to the fact of what we're getting for volume of traffic on these roads. My intention was that we would have the further discussion during our committee of the whole discussions with the level of service and road designation information along those lines. So that would be, I believe, not certain, I'd have to double check on when that would be.
October.
October.
Cow.
So that would be the time at which then we would have this information available for council's review to have that for that discussion.
So that would be the discussion around, I'll call it designation, or what we're doing with that traffic data. Okay, thank you. And so I'll look forward to that in October at committee of whole. The second piece that I wanted to bring attention to or have a discussion about is, you can see here that we have I guess we'll call it an apron, pavement apron that, I'm guessing someone could measure it against 100 meters. Then we have this 200 meters in front of Elaine Simon's place, as well as the 100 meters in front of Generation IV. And based on it, I don't think you said anything to the contrary. There's a lot of effort put into trying to get down DL10 to that area. So it feels to me like we're having to, as much as the payment of $3,800 was enough, I expect we'll probably put more than that effort in to this place. So my point is should we enter into some sort of agreement? I'm not sure what it looks like. I'd be like to see some options around extending that pavement, I guess, that extra 200 meters, what that would cost. I'm not sure if the ratepayer is open to anything, but they are writing a check for $4,000 regularly, and maybe we can help us both the county and the ratepayer, by extending that somewhat.
I've been involved with this road a few times, and that apron was extended at one period for the transition because the short transition piece off of the intersection. And at that point, it was also discussed about extending aprons. But when you talk the cost of paving, $4,000 doesn't bring a load of asphalt out. So this road has been an issue in the past. We did extend it. We did have our head of public works at one point in our CAO raking ditches. And we start talking these things, and I'm almost to the County of Camrose point where we give you a 1-800 number and you phone for dust control and coordinate it, and it's on your bag, because we have never laid down dust control that satisfies these people. And when you start hearing 4 graders working for 2 days, trying to get this road into shape, hauling extra aggregate in, we can't do the weather thing. But according to the supplier and our staff, I would think the road was dry enough to apply the product. So I do struggle somewhat with this. So that's been involved. I've been at their yard numerous times as a customer too. And this whole issue about this being a haul road, as I said, we've reduced, it hasn't been mentioned here, we reduced the speed limit, we discussed that this morning, to 60 kilometers an hour to try and maintain what maybe isn't the best base further east of here. but we also put a permanent ban on that's part of the conversation of why we're talking to rural, like the agriculture producers, on how they can get in and out of their properties and what has to be permitted, et cetera. So this is that prime road, and I cannot see how we can call it a haul road when just because of if it is deemed being used as a haul road right now, we better get our CPOs out there and start weighing trucks because there is a permanent ban on it. Councilor Gano?
I think county regularly uses it to get graders from the shop east. So that is one thing that has come up with the ratepayers quite a bit. And there's I don't think there's anything illegal about that, but that's one of the discussion points about changing the designation is if our graders are regularly traveling east and by that place, does that change it? So I'm just bringing up some points.
Our road maintenance equipment that grade the roads, I somehow think probably wouldn't fall into that category, but I may be assuming right there, but that's something Greg can answer maybe.
Yeah, no, we're, thank you, Mr. Reeve, through to Councilor Gano. So we're not, in contravention with any road ban weights or things like that with our equipment traveling on the road. I have had the discussions with ratepayer further down the road in regards to, the equipment in the county items going by and utilizing that road. And like I said, I can make that change relatively quickly in the fact that the way that we disperse from our operations shop, I can make a few adjustments there and that would no longer be in play. If that traffic is a concern. Keeping in mind when I've had the discussions with them and the fact that I stated that there's roughly, I believe, 3 graders twice a day then that would be exiting out past that location. So in comparison to the commuter traffic, it's a very small portion of the overall traffic from day to day. We do see in this area, there is business development in this area. So, I mean, the commuter traffic and people that are accessing these businesses, I believe, are a large portion of what's traveling on these roads.
The other the other item, and again, I believe they were empty, but the silage operation that went on 2 miles to the east of here, they used this empty, but they had 40, 50 trucks that day going empty down that road. So that was the other piece of it. So is there a different product and then that's another option. So it's not paving. I can appreciate the cost of paving, but is there something else? Someone had brought forward Heartland Marine and what had gone on out there. I don't know if that's a product that might help this situation. It just seems that more of the same.
Right.
Ratepayer being upset, paying their $4,000, us spending a large amount of hours out there to accommodate this.
If I can, Mr. Reeve, through council as a whole, myself, I would appreciate the discussion at committee of the whole and during these levels of service. Truly getting a philosophy and a path forward as we go forward on how we're going to approach these locations, and the fact that when I have people approaching me who own a business or who own a residence, their discussion topics are, and it's very clear and evident in certain locations of the county of Stettler, where we are funding dust reduction in certain locations for certain applications and not in others, and it's unclear exactly the approach. It's deemed and it's defendable, the approach, but it's not necessarily clear and cut in regards that when I have a resident coming to myself and we're having a discussion and they say, well, I've got 2 large farming operations, corporate farming operations that live down the road from me. How does that not deem it the same as a large, business, either oil field or otherwise in another location that's causing traffic one way or the other? So there are those types of conversations that are being had. And I think overall, if we had a clear path as to this is how the policy will be in effect, and somewhat as to how Reeve Clark had mentioned, maybe you clear the board by going to a different, means of how it's approached in general. If that answers the most boxes, if that checks them, maybe that's the path that we should be moving towards.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
couple of points. Start off with a question. Is the discussion around redesignated as a haul road, is that because they're anticipating if it was classified as a haul road, then they wouldn't have to pay for dust control? Was that the direction?
I think there's, I guess, Councillor Gano, if you.
Yeah, so I think Gregory and I haven't sat down with the ratepayer together,
Yep.
but as I understand is that they're aware that if something is designated as a haul road, it's looked after by the county. The ratepayer, at least to me, discussed that that wasn't necessarily what they're looking for, but because of the amount of county traffic and other traffic, that some other sort of designation and that ratepayer in that case was quite open to paying half or some other thing, other amount is what I was told. I'm not sure if you've got follow-up.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, yeah, somewhat similar conversations with the ratepayer. You know, I've had conversations with him, never outlining specifically what would be cleared as, you know, I said, I can do traffic counts, I can submit that information to council and yourself so that you have an idea of what's actually traveling on the road. But there's no guarantee that any dust reduction in front of any property is going to be specifically a county funded dust reduction. So.
Which brings me to my next point. So if this is a traffic pattern thing, what is our cutoff point? Because if you're suggesting we need to do additional work, additional dust control, perhaps a different product, that sort of thing, because I would venture to say 6 months out of the year, 40-4, 40-2, 21-2, and 20-2 would dwarf this road's traffic patterns. And a couple of these roads in particular, I would say at a scale of 10 times. So are we just going to, where would our threshold, or do we pave every road that's over 200 trips a day? Is it like this will become very cost prohibitive in a hurry. So, and my last point, I guess, is the dust control. And we have to do prep work. We have to re-gravel. We went over this on 19.3. We've went over this on this one. We'll do re-graveling and prep work. So the customer or the ratepayer pays for the cost of the product and the hauling. So they're already getting a subsidized rate. And that's why I'm starting to, the more complaints we get about dust control, I'm starting to lean towards bowing out. And I mean, we have a couple that are tied to development agreements where we have to do dust control. This has come up at high traffic developments and gravel pits and that sort of thing. But outside of that, and we do have a county policy around cemeteries. We do all those.
And some intersection, highway intersections.
I mean, I'm starting to think Camrose is onto something because it never seems to end. You spent too much time grading and graveling my road. It was a waste of money before we did application. I'm not happy with my application. When you did that, you knocked some rocks into my grass and I like to mow it as if it's my lawn. So I'm not happy about that. Well, the product that you use pulls moisture out of the air, so it makes it more slippery when it rains. So I'm not happy about that. So I would like it re-graveled a second time. I mean, there seems to be, we're creating a no-win situation. And next it comes to the cost. So we're already acknowledged we subsidize it. But you should subsidize this one more than this one and pick and choose favorites. I think we found ourselves in a perfect storm of no-win situation. And the more complaints we get, the more I'm tempted to back out entirely, give names of private contractors that do it, and we would have to enter into some sort of agreement for this contractor to work in our county and have some agreements made on what they could do and where on our roads. But I'm getting frustrated with this one, perhaps more than the ratepayers themselves. I mean, I live 700 meters off the county road. I don't have to worry about dust. But at the same point, I maintain 700 meters of road on my own dime, and I don't care to pay for other people's dust control either.
Counselor Stevens, that's your point there? Okay. Counselor Nyberg?
So a couple of questions. It's true to Mr. Jackson. If we got these traffic counters, they will tell us. Did you just put one, or did you put one? Will it tell us the nature of the vehicles that are being traveled?
So are you talking about the type of vehicle, whether it's
A trailer, or
or-
if it's just a regular
No.
passenger truck, or whether it is a large
No.
haul truck? Okay. And will tell us, though, if the destination being that if it goes into this particular first parcel, or if it goes past the second parcel and third parcel?
So what we do is we set it up in the location, so, and your distance, so your pickup distance is shorter.
Mhm.
So what we did initially is we set it up east of the Generation RV location, facing west, so that we can pick up the traffic that is coming to it, but not entering into Generations RV. Then we flipped it to the other side of the road so we could find out what traffic is coming from the east, traveling west towards Generation RV on that road already. Then we move it back closer to the intersection and pick up all the traffic that's coming that way, one way and the other. And then we were able to discern then the difference in the numbers gives you a rough estimate. It's not complete
Perfect.
and perfect, but it's the best use of the resources that we have.
Fair enough. That's good enough. So, and then secondly, what I'm garnering from this is not necessarily the shape of the dust control, but the fact that it's not giving them enough control of the dust. Is that also what I'm seeing here or hearing?
I guess there's concern over I guess the performance.
When they say performance, I think they mean the dust that's waffling into there. And Mr. Gano, you would concur with that? That
I think I think Greg just said twofold. I think there's one thing, if you drive it, it became very rough.
Mhm.
So as you're traveling out of the businesses, like it's a bit hairy with the equipment, like a motorhome, you can
Mhm.
appreciate. And then I believe Elaine has reported that the dust control isn't what it was.
Okay. So
Greg, I just
Yeah, and I guess just to add to that, like in speaking with the resident and the business owner and that, like the condition of the road and the fact that it's not unsafe in any means,
Mhm.
shape, or form. It's not entirely different than what it has maybe been in past applications or others. Like they said, people are slowing down if they're coming to our location anyways. And then, the concern over that the performance isn't as good as it had previously been in other years. And that's at the time, like I mentioned, that I'd said, when I was meeting with the ratepayer at the location, I said, well, it's very much the same as what I've seen in other locations when it's not done on an annual basis. And I said, and that's the reasoning behind, our discussion with council and the final passing, and the fact that if you're utilizing a DL10, it's on an annual basis, because then you're going to have the performance that your expectation is after. When you have it 1 year and you skip a year or skip 2 and then do it again, what you're expecting for performance and what you're getting isn't there. And so I said, that's why we made those changes.
So some expectation, and I think part of our dust control issue has been that we're not working them up enough.
No,
If
please-
they get rough,
Please don't use dust control.
okay, dust abatement. So the dust abatement, we're just not necessarily working them up enough for the roughness. That solves it. My other one on this particular picture, if we're looking at it, and in my own situation, I started with 200 meters and I'm down to 100. Cost being the factor, but I did compromise some of the effectiveness of that dust abatement going to the north of my place, and I've tried to mitigate it with some trees and do some other stuff. Trees don't always grow as quick as one would want, but if you were to go a little bit further east, that would help with the dust abatement. And if you go if you can, Jared, just move to the east, the picture. Yeah. Again, it looks to me like the cutoff point of these two dust controls may be of issue. I'm not saying that's what it is. They're cutting it right at point of where they're at. The other question I have to Mr. Stevens is, are you suggesting if we went with private dust control measures, dust abatement measures, that we would no longer do any of the county-sponsored dust abatement, or we would continue with those? Because we do have some, I think there's a Scholar Road that comes to mind, and then there's some on the Warden Road that we do some dust abatement. You would say we get out of that completely?
No, scale it back substantially. I still, the example I gave was the cemeteries. I still
Okay.
strongly believe in that one.
Yeah.
I would like to see what Camrose County's policy is, so I could review that.
I think we have had it set, but it'd probably be good to send again.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, just my point on this
Please.
is the fact that I don't think people are putting the value of the dust control or dust abatement in play because maybe they don't understand the value. So I know that I spent close to $4,000 to put dust abatement in front of my house. I am fairly confident that I got better deal than what I put down. If that was to go to a private organization, I would be looking closer to $5,000 to $6,000. There is one way in business. If you want to do less, you raise the cost and you'll do less business. Maybe just saying we're doing it too cheap.
Councilor Gano and then Councilor Hunter.
The conversation's probably about a month old now, but I spoke to the Reeve of the County Camrose because I wanted a sense of their feelings about, as I understand, they changed policy about 4 or 5 years ago. So again, we need to get the policy and learn more. I'll just relay what I recall is that they, if there's potholes in the lake, safety-wise, it needs to be worked, whether it's whatever road. Obviously, the ratepayers were concerned if they just paid for some oil and we're working it up. But if so, the intention, as I understand it, was under regular maintenance, it gets gravel, it gets tore up. And then if you as a ratepayer thereafter want to hire a contractor, and I think the Reeve said there's 2 in their area that they could call. They had some other abilities, oil and so on, but it was cost prohibitive generally. She didn't know anyone that would do it, where you get the oil tested and then you're able to pour it on yourself kind of thing. But there was 2 contractors that had, they wanted a couple things, got out of the county out of this discussion, saved up time there, and she believed it was quite a cost savings for the county. So that was a little bit of research I did a month ago with the Reeve of the.
Did she mention anything about warranty?
So they would be out of that business. No, I didn't ask what the companies, that would be a contractual thing. Probably each company may be different as well, right? But I would welcome the discussion at committee of whole around whether or not that service, as it sits now, should be continued.
Yeah, because County of Camrose, I do have a daughter that lives in there right where the dust control is, and it actually works well. It's calcium. What's that? Dust abatement. It's more control. Actually, it's more control there. It's somebody else's county. I can say that. They may call it dust control too, but they, I think the system from the neighbors in that area, it works fairly well. So, Greg, and then Councilor Hunter.
If I may, Reeve Clark through to council. And through further discussion at later times and whatnot through community whole, consideration may be given to the fact that if we were to move towards a more direct distributors and ratepayer connection for dust reduction application, that in my end, I mean, I'll give you my full 2 cents on this one. that we remove basically oil from the mix and you go with an MG30 product and that's what you work with. Just in the fact that it eliminates the friction between a ratepayer who has put in the effort and the money into an oil product and the county needing to maintain and work that product up. It doesn't allow us the opportunity to do that necessarily without a distinct cost to the ratepayer. And then it's hard to say, well, we believe that it needed to be worked up for maintenance concerns, and they're standing there saying it was fine. It's just a concern that I have in regards to using oil product when there is a greater investment from the ratepayer's standpoint on that road surface.
Councillor Gano,
Just-
Councillor Hunter.
I just wanted to add one thing I forgot about the county of Camrose. They do have designated, for example, cemeteries, roads that the county still looks after. So they aren't completely out of the business. They're out of the business of private applications.
And also intersections. I can vouch to that. Councillor Hunter.
That, we've kicked this around quite a bit, but nothing's been mentioned about that new product. Has it been used?
Yeah, Reeve Clark through to Councillor Hunter. We have got 2 of the locations complete. The airport road, we worked and did it with the Drive Lake MG30 application, and Scenic Sands. We were able to do the Scenic Sands location and have it complete. Toured Scenic Sands, narrower road, slower traffic, still a good traffic volume through the summer months. It's performing extremely well there. Like it was, it's noticeable, even with the slower speeds that you travel through that development. It is noticeable and it's very effective. Airport Road, there is still performance and effectiveness of the product. I just believe that we would need to use more product on that distance and location because of the width of the road. I think we should have, or we could, in our next, if we were to use it again, we would up the amount and the volume that's incorporated into that surface at that length. With it being known, there's a lot of traffic and higher speeds definitely being traveled on that road surface, but it is performing very visible and identified dust reduction throughout that entire area. Scholar Road test location will be done end of this week, and it'll be interesting to see because that will be a side-by-side comparison of the liquid MG30 that we've done for a few years and the dry flake next to it to see what kind of effectiveness we have in that location.
Yeah, I'd really like to see the results of that before we make too many decisions, because I kind of agree with Councillor Stevens. Which way do we go? I know there's that one east of 589 there that's been reporting dust problem. I don't know how you guys kept her happy, or
if I may, Mr. Reeve Clark, through to Councillor Hunter, I had discussions with the ratepayer at that location, just basically going through the entire process, what was done at their location. I drove it myself, as well as a couple other staff members drove that. We all noticed the same thing at different times. It's dust reduction. And like I said to them, the second application's coming up. After the second application, if you've still got concerns, I said, I'd like to meet you on site and we can go over those. Completed second applications, there's been no concerns reported. It's working effectively.
no, I'd just like to, I'm kind of curious. I'll have to take a look at that. And yeah, if it works good and we're giving it away, we'll do it on county roads and keep that dust off my hay. I'd enjoy that.
Yes, once again, it comes back to Mr. Hunter.
Selflessness, not selfishness.
Yeah. Councillor Walker.
Yes, when we had a counselor by the name of Jack Hayden, I got medium light oil from the plant and put it in front of my place. Then when the county started using because they couldn't use the oil from the plant no more, I had to start to put the tree sap on. The corporate farmers that travel my road are saying it's too rough, and they told me, you live by a gravel road, you can use it. So I don't even do that no more because they can maintain the ruts out of it with a grader. So I live by a road. That's how it is.
Councillor Nyberg.
I think that's a truth, but I don't think that if I'm willing to pay for it, and I would disagree with Councillor Jackson here on this, or not Councillor Jackson, old Councillor Jackson, with Mr. Jackson about the fact that if I'm willing to pay for a better quality product, then why should I not be allowed to put that down? I totally understand the expectation if it gets rough that they're going to come in and they're going to flatten it out and deal with it. You know, and I get these folks that say that they live on a gravel road. I personally have made the decision that I will pay extra to make sure that I don't get as much dust. If the county came in tomorrow and graded it up, I would go, okay, I'm not sure that, I think we'd have to have a discussion whether it's rough or not. I don't think it is. But that's the only discussion that should be had, not whether I put it down or not. I made the decision to go from 200 to 100 because of cost savings. I gave up a little bit of dust abatement. But I think that if you want a better quality product, you can do it. And it's about expectations. I mean, at the end of the day, if it gets beat up and run over, I have silage haulers past my house, and not one, but I'm talking 3 or 4 that go past me, right? So
Councillor Gano?
There was a second letter from Kim Salmon. Can we bring that location up just so?
The location on the map, Councillor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
That's up by the
Councillor
lake.
Stevens might.
I can speak to this one. So their property is immediately west of the White Sands boundary. So where the White Sands boat launch is, right along that curve, coming west out of the municipality. Yeah, there's there. That's where it's located. I guess I wasn't paying attention enough during the summer months. I did drive that way a few times. I did notice some dust abatement qualities, but I mean, it probably wore down with time just with the volume of traffic. It has been seen the fall application, and thus far it looks fantastic. We also did change the speed limit. If you zoom out a touch, Jared, a little more. So from that intersection next to Bar W to White Sands is now 50 through that whole stretch, which should, in theory, help the washboard as well as the dust, because it was such a huge change going from a 30 with several speed bumps coming through the White Sands, and then people would really open it up as soon as they got out of the village. So I'm hoping that that solves this issue now. But at this location, we've historically had some concerns previously, and that was around the Summer Village was doing some dust control. So this ratepayer asked for their 100 or 200 meter, whatever they were paying for, to be at a certain location, assuming the Summer Village would continue their portion. And when they didn't, we moved the dust control area. So we have dealt with a couple issues at this location in the past, but as it stands now, it looks great and is performing very well after the second location or the second application.
Is that Google? It's
Was the second application done which date, like before or after this August 9th?
It would have been almost immediately after I saw this letter.
Yeah, correct.
Within
The
a
second
week.
application was done last week on all ratepayer paid for locations. County paid for funded locations are being completed this week.
Thank you.
Lots of discussion. And we're gonna, if we take it to committee of the whole, Councillor Stevens?
I'll make a couple motions. One is to instruct staff to bring back the Camrose County Dust abatement policy.
I sent it to you.
Oh. I, I, I will withdraw my motion.
Counselor Hunter and then Counselor Gano and then Counselor Nyberg.
I just forgot, Greg, on that one new camera we bought, that used one. Did we get it taken pictures or not? Like Counselor Nyberg was saying about which vehicles, so that one took pictures, we'd know.
Counselor Reeve Clark through to Counselor Hunter. I haven't got through that yet with the tech support.
Oh, okay, I was
Working.
just wondering. Thank you.
Counselor Gano.
Back to Counselor Stevens' motion, I believe the policy is light in that there's not the specifics that I spoke to around when I talked to the Reeve are missing. So I would make that motion to, it's more so we have the policy, but to understand a bit of the context around how they operate within, maybe tighten up the details a little bit, for lack of a better word.
If I can, Reeve Clark, through to Counselor Gano. Yeah, having read that through, there's quite a few little spots in there where I was like, this is a little too gray. There needs to be further detail and adjustment made in this location before, I would feel comfortable approaching that type of a policy.
Counselor Stevens. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, CAO Costi.
Just for clarification, so do you want to talk to Public Works or do you want me to talk to Teresa? From Camrose?
I can talk to Public Works. I think we'll probably get a better
Better,
view.
yeah.
Yeah.
Counselor Stevens.
So is the plan for this to be discussed at a upcoming committee of the whole? Is that the
That's
way
what I
we're leaning?
understood.
So just if I can interject, in October, we're bringing the level of service to the committee of the whole. So perhaps that's a good time to bring this with it,
See.
if that's acceptable to council.
Michelle.
Hi, you all have access to the Council of Committee of the Whole topics. That topic was added to the Committee of the Whole list like 4 months ago. It has existed. You do not need to make a motion.
I will give you a motion to receive for information. Oh,
No, I don't. He was to review which we will be talking through administration for committee of the whole so that we know. Yeah. Yeah. So accept as information. Any other comments or questions on this?
Just so I have it, at committee of whole, we'll have this as well as the traffic count information. Thank you.
If I may, Reeve
Yes.
Clark, through to council, yeah, we'll have this information. There'll be quite a bundle of information that you'll receive for that topic surrounding level of service, et cetera, things like that, that will support your guys' ability to maybe have that information at hand while we go through those items. For sure, we'll have that put together for you. Just one more quick question for clarification as staff, we've submitted these 2 letters. There is somewhat of a request for direction by the ratepayer, just looking if council wants to receive for information. I completely understand what that direction is.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a friendly amendment that we instruct administration to get back to both of these ratepayers with the instructions that we will be discussing level of service, traffic counts, just what we have planned to come back with. That would give them at least that we are talking about it. It's not a one and done. Does that sound okay with Councillor Stevens?
I was leaning more towards the area councillor would reach out to the individual and explain the process going forward.
I'm good either way. Administration could write them a letter. They did formally write it to all council, but that's cool.
I will be doing that regardless, but I think formally from the county would be appropriate as well.
Okay, I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, then back up to 11.1. ADCO responses to invoices COS 013837 and COS 013834. Page 1 under the package. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move that we move in camera under, I believe it's section 26, the intergovernmental relations.
Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Counselor Stevens?
I'm just trying to find the right one here. Bear with me.
Just wait, we need to wait, just as soon as Jared gives us a nod. Okay. We're back to Alderman.
I'll move that we instruct administration to send invoice COS 013837 to the municipality that the fire was in.
Counselor Nyberg?
Do we want to send instruction that we did try to apply this to ATCO and we were turned down, just to give them some background with it?
Yeah, we'll communicate
Oh.
that.
Yep. No, that's fair.
We don't need that in the motion then, CO Custy?
Oh.
Okay. We have a motion on the table, call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. So our next meeting is blank. September 9th at 10 a.m. I need one more motion. Okay, Counselor Adam, call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.